Finance, Performance and Audit Committee meeting, the first one for this term of council. Can I now invite our Deputy Mayor to open with karakia?
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair, o tira tēnā tātou katoa. Mōrena, everyone. Tū tawa mai I runga, tū tawa mai I raro, tū tawa mai I roto, tū tawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tāe ki e. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora.
Kia ora, ngā mihi. Thank you for opening us. Now moving to apologies, I have Councillor Orphy Mickelard for lateness. I also have Councillor Lorna Johnson and Katie Zeppelin for early departure on council business. Are there any other apologies? I'll move those, seconded by Councillor Naylor, and invite a vote. That's passed, 13 votes for, none against. Moves us to notification of additional items. I'm not aware of any. Declarations of interest, item 4, are there any? There have been none. Item 5 is public comment. I'm not aware of any. Which moves us to item 6, which is the speed management plan hearing of submissions. We have a number of submitters wishing to be heard. Yes, we'll just take the recommendations before us to move into this item. That the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee received the submissions and hear submissions from presenters who indicated their wish to be heard in support of their submission. And 2, that the committee note the procedures of the hearing of submissions as described in the procedure sheet. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Naylor, and invite a vote. That's passed, 14 votes for. Thank you. Now, just to do some basic housekeeping before we move into the hearing itself, that I want to explain that this meeting is being recorded and streamed onto the Council's YouTube channel. Health and safety requirements for the Council chamber are shown on the screen before us for fire and emergency, and the meeting point is Marae o Hine at the clock tower. If there's any incidents, just please report those to a committee administrator. Online participants are to keep their cameras turned on and microphones muted. Addressing the meeting. Anyone coming to the table, if you could please introduce yourself before presenting, would be appreciated. And we keep comments here respectful, not repetitious or disrespectful or offensive in any way. Great. Submitters will be aware they've been allocated 5 minutes to speak. That includes questions. Please speak to your main points and that councillors have read your written submissions. You can take that as being. Push the button on the right-hand side of the console. If we just left that on, that shouldn't be a problem. But just ensure that your microphone is turned on when you come to the table before you start. So, the first submitter that is here that I'd like to invite is Steve Rithel, the submission number 170, and it's on page 250, members. Welcome.
How do you do? My name's Steve Rothel. My written submission referenced the proposed speed limit outside Cornerstone School, where my daughter waits for the 106 bus to Whakarongo. However, the points I'm making, I believe, are relevant to all of the proposed school speed limits. Firstly, I'd like to draw your attention to incorrect information in the FAQs that the Council put out for this consultation. It states, quote, "For schools in Palmerston North, we are required to create a 30k variable speed limit," unquote. However, this is incorrect. The attached ministry document, Setting of Speed Limits 2024, section 512 states, quote, "However, a road controlling authority is not required to set a speed limit in accordance with subclause 1, that's 30 k's an hour, if immediately before the commencement of this rule, the applicable speed limit for the road outside the school was a speed limit of 30 k's or 40 k's enforced during school travel periods," unquote. In other words, if there is already a 40k speed limit, it does not need to be lowered further to 30 k's. With regard to the proposed variable speed limits, in almost all cases, the Council is proposing 30 k's for an hour and a half in the morning and the same in the afternoon. That is 30 k's for up to 3 hours per school day across large parts of the city. This includes 45 minutes before the school starts, when schools clearly tell parents, do not send your kids that early. 45 minutes after the early bell, when there'll only be negligible numbers of latecomers arriving. 45 minutes before the final bell, and there will be very small numbers leaving at that stage, and 45 minutes thereafter. The whole rationale for variable speed limits is that there are large congregations of children and their caregivers at these times. To have such long periods where you are legally required to slow down to 30 k's will inevitably produce the same result you get with 30k speed limits in many other situations. For example, in Tennant Drive right now. It's ignored because motorists believe that they are being unreasonably slowed down to ridiculously slow speeds where there is no apparent reason. A motorist could be travelling through multiple school zones during a trip across the city. Slowing to 30 k's could add considerable time to a journey and on the way back. The promoters of slower speeds inevitably talk about the physics and the risk of death or injury at higher speeds. However, you can't just consider the physics. You also have to consider the psychology and the human behaviour. If you're adding extra time to a journey, you're adding that time to the end of someone's journey. A 10-minute trip becomes a 15-minute trip. A 3-hour trip becomes 3 hours and 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes added to the end of your trip when you're tired, frustrated, and psychologically in that near the finish line frame of mind. Slower speeds can paradoxically make roads more dangerous for this reason. And this isn't just theoretical. Last year, blanket speed limits were reversed in July across vast swathes of our highway network. It was predicted that this would inevitably produce higher road deaths. But 2025 ended with the lowest per capita road toll in 70 years. Allowing drivers to get where they want to at reasonable speeds actually improves driver behaviour and increases respect for the law and for existing speed limits. In contrast, forcing drivers to travel at unreasonably slow speeds decreases driver compliance and increases tiredness and frustration. I therefore urge the Council to set the speed limits around schools at 40 k's during drop-off and pick-up times, and for these times to be significantly shortened to about 40 minutes in the morning and 40 minutes in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. I'll open it up. We have time for a question. Are there any members that would have one? No, there isn't. Thank you very much for presenting and speaking to your submission today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Just to assist, the administrators are just going to put up a time clock for further submitters, just so we can be aware of the time that you have allocated. Now I'd like to invite to the table Andy Whitson from St. James Catholic School to present submission number 173. Welcome.
Morena, and thanks for having me. So I'm here on behalf of the St. James School Board. So on Friday, I took a photo outside the school, which is up there, and it kind of illustrates the challenge that we have at St. James. So to be clear, and we said this in the submission, we are definitely in support of the variable speeds and lowering the speed limits, but in our particular case, it's actually not going to be enough. And this is a really good example. So this gentleman here in the high-vis vest is a member of the school community, a parent, that has taken to walking his kid to school in a high-vis vest. Now, the reason he's talking to that car is because on Friday at about 8:25, he was walking across the crossing, road patrol weren't out at that point, in his high-vis vest with his daughter, and this car just sped past him on the crossing. So, you've had enough. Yeah. Yeah. So those examples happen all. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this happens all the time, and the only solution in our mind is to have a raised crossing outside the school, because motorists would actually slow down. And you follow anyone across any raised crossing and the brake lights come on. Unfortunately, at St. James School, nobody slows down. I don't know why, but it is a constant source of danger and frustration for the school community. So I just thought we needed to come and show you this and demonstrate the severity of it, rather than just go, hey, this is something that we would kind of like. We actually need it. And you would have seen at last week on Friday, there was an incident in Auckland where someone got hit while on road patrol. So a student just got hit by a car. So there's been 5 incidents this year where kids have been hit by cars on the way to school. We do not want St. James to be one of those schools. And that's it.
Thank you very much for making that very clear. Open it up for some questions. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Andy. Just wondering if the Board of Trustees keeps any record of near misses and kind of the severity of the situation there, or is it more of an ad hoc?
We don't have an official record of it, but we do, if you look at our public meeting minutes, it is practically discussed at every meeting.
And those meetings are on a monthly frequency, quarterly?
Yeah, there's 2 per term.
2 per term, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Zebulon.
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. I was just wondering, in light of some of the points that were made by the previous submitter, I was interested at your school. Are parents arriving to pick up their children earlier than just the sort of pick-up times? Are they arriving earlier and parking up? Or?
Yeah, earlier, later. Yeah, so like that was 8:25, I think, 8:25. So there's some people coming a bit earlier. I think that the time limit is fine. Like we have no problem as that as a board at all. The clock in school starts at 8:50.
Sure, thank you. And do you have children walking to school or cycling to school that might take longer than just perhaps a traditional drop and go?
There's a few people that cycle to school. There's not many that will walk to school. The area has kind of changed significantly in terms of the school population that actually visits the school. A lot of people park around the corners and walk because there's limited car parking. So there's a lot of activity on the crossing, like a lot of activity. And it is hair raising out there. I've done road patrol for 2 stints now, and it is not a fun task.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Andy, would you consider submitting to the annual plan for the raised crossing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, everybody.
Kia ora te whānau, ka nui te mihi mahana ki a koutou. I'm Troy Duckworth, Principal at Turitea School.
I'm Fraser Ponsford, Board Member at Turitea School.
Thanks again for letting us talk on behalf of our kura today. We would like to say that what we see you are proposing for our school in your draft speed management plan is not sufficient. The only thing you have addressed is that an 186 metre stretch of road be reduced to 30 kilometres. What we would like to see happen is that there be a variable speed zone across a 600 metre stretch from 189 Old West Road to 229 Old West Road, basically between our two kura signs that are there. And to listen to what our friends Steve just submitted earlier, we would only want that during the school pick-up and drop-off times only, because we realise the inconvenience that it causes for motorists.
On the NZTA website, there are currently 29 schools in the region and 4 or 3 other schools on the same stretch of road as Turitea, which is State Highway 57. Yeah, they've got variable speed limits there, anywhere from 30 k's to 60 k's, depending on the area. The main issue, I suppose, is, as Troy said, we've got the 186 metre stretch of slip road that the school sits on. The issue isn't there because, yeah, it's only 186 metres. No one's going to get up to 100 kilometres an hour on that road. The problem is, as we said, the 600 metre stretch, there's high risk of accidents there. Yeah.
So I want you to imagine what we call at school the perfect storm. Sorry, I probably should have put up a visual, but I understand that you guys have got a picture of where we're talking. So I want you to imagine that a car is travelling northbound along Old West Road with our school on the left-hand side. They are wanting to turn into our school. Where they turn, it's basically a hairpin. There is no real space for them to pull across safely. There's a lot of loose gravel. There's certainly no turning spot for them. Then I want you to imagine a car's trailing them at 100 kilometres per hour, okay? Then think travelling southbound along Old West Road coming towards our school with our school turn off on your right. We've got some of our members of our community are coming in, turning right across this turning traffic at 100 k's per hour. They have someone coming behind them at 100 k's per hour into a corner that is known for being unsafe. It's a pretty hard stretch of road, and all it kind of takes is for those 4 vehicles to come into a corner, very narrow road. We're looking at something pretty severe. Now, luckily that hasn't happened yet, and we don't want to be the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. And I know that, well, I don't know, but I'm predicting that if this was to happen, it would be a member of my community that is affected, and I don't want that watch. As Andy just said, St James don't want something like that to happen on their watch as Tumuaki and Board of Trustees members.
Yeah, what we want to do is be proactive rather than reactive, and we don't feel, we don't want a fatality to be the thing that affects change. We want to get there before that happens. We've already had, we've had a number of near misses, including one about 18 months ago where a car actually failed to take the corner and went straight through the school fence.
So it wasn't a call that I wanted from Fraser, who's actually a resident, lives right next door to school, when he called me in the morning and said, oh, hey, just giving you a heads up that when you come to school this morning, you're going to see a bit of a mess. We were, well, it was lucky, the driver, he's okay, but it's just that it certainly weighs on my mind that this could happen. And look, we're under time, so we'll just end it there and just say thank you for listening. All we do is we care about our tamariki at our school, and we don't want anything to happen to them. Kia ora.
Kia ora. We do have one question and time for it, so Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for coming and presenting. Just one question on your submission. So you mentioned in your speech that you wanted an appropriate pick-up and drop-off zone time. What's an appropriate time in your mind? Is it what's proposed, shorter, longer? What do you feel would be right?
Yeah, we don't want to annoy people, William, so I think we said 8:15 till 9:15, but I mean, we'd be happy with anything because we don't have that currently. We have nothing. We don't have flashing lights like other schools do. I mean, we've barely got a school sign. So, and then obviously at the other end of the day, I'd be happy with 2:45 till 3:15. So,
Appreciate
kia ora.
that.
Thank you, William.
Ngā mihi, thank you
Kia ora,
both.
Vaughan. Kia ora whānau.
I'd now like to invite Catherine Miller to present submission number 45. Welcome.
Kia ora, good morning. I'd like to express my appreciation for having the opportunity to speak. I'm wearing a high-vis jacket. I have my torch handy. I have my first aid kit handy. I actually live with this by my back door. I live at 311 number 1 line, which is on the corner of number 1 line, and you turn off Pioneer Highway and you come up Longburn-Rongatea Road. It's a renowned spot for accidents. I'm a mother of 3. I'm a grandmother of 4, lively grandchildren. And I've lived there for 14 years. I've seen a lot of accidents. I've got better at it, all right? I'm much more prepared physically, emotionally, and mentally. My husband is involved, my son is involved. We've searched ditches along the side of the road for bodies. Haven't found any yet, thank God. And there is a proposal to change the speed limit from Longburn-Rongatea Road to that intersection. I'm not sure if you're familiar, it's a really nasty little intersection. You come up Tremaine Avenue, then you're on number 1 line, or you turn off right from Pioneer Highway up over a railway bridge, and there's intersection. There's very poor visibility. It's a major transport hub for the milk tankers and for trucks, and they're going at 100k. Right? Now, if the people coming along number 1 line stop, all well and good. If they don't, which quite frequently they don't, they come into large traffic coming at 100k. They have changed the rules slightly since I've lived there, which is good because we kept reporting incidents and being irritating, which seemed to work. So we now have 50k, 70k stop, which is great. And now we have from Pioneer Highway 80k, and then for some bizarre reason, I can't quite figure it out, it goes to 100k through the intersection. So we've still got that pinch point of danger. Now, most of you will be fully aware of the actual statistics about slower speed, less fatalities. But one interesting fact that you may not be aware of is that 36% of crashes are rural throughout New Zealand, and 71% of those crashes are deaths. So we actually have a higher hit rate in rural communities of people travelling on our roads. So I'm asking that you consider what you've done at the intersection of KB Road and Rakatiki Line with the flashing lights and the slower speed is helping. People see that they're supposed to slow down, they slow down, the impact is lessened. Everybody's paying attention. I would really like everybody to pay attention at our intersection so I don't have to keep recharging this jolly torch and going out there at all hours of the night, because what happens is you'll hear a crash and you'll look at each other and you'll go, yep, and you'll grab your things and you'll go. We're often there before the police, we're often there before the ambulances. So that's if we could look at that, I think that might actually help. You've done it before and it's worked, it's been successful, excuse me, so it would be really nice if that could happen around that area. Thank you.
Thank you. I will open it up for questions. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Catherine. Just, you indicated in terms of remedies and interest in lower speeds and flashing lights. Are there any other things that you'd like to see changed around the intersection or the layout of the road, rumble strips, those kind of things that you think as an overall package would be helpful?
Thank you. I think long term, there's, I went to another meeting recently, the ring road around Palmerston North is proposed. Our road, the Longburn-Rongotia Road, will be a huge part of that. Okay, so we're still always going to have a high volume of traffic. The long-term plan is to put a roundabout in there, which is fine. It'll take some of our paddock, but I don't really care. That's okay. But until that happens, which is at least 5 years away, we're still going to have that major crash point. So I'm thinking of what can we do now rather than waiting for another 5 years.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor.
Thank you, Catherine. So at the moment it's a stop sign.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
a stop sign on number 1 line.
Yeah. So basically people don't stop a lot of the time.
Sometimes they don't.
So you spoke about the ring road.
That's long term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you thought about contacting NZTA and pushing them about the ring road as well?
I've been to several meetings, as has a lot of rural people.
Yep.
And yeah, there's been a lot of,
I encourage you to do that.
yes, I have, thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no further time, no further questions. So thank you, Catherine, again. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Alice Williamson from City to Sea Rail Trust Manawatu to present. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Alice Williamson, Chair of the City to Sea Rail Trail, and I'm here to applaud the Council's draft speed plan. Everyone wants to ensure that the school children of all ages get to and from school safely, and we have two specific recommendations. Firstly, the need to reduce the speed limit on State Highway 56 from Mangoni Stream to Longburn to 70 kilometres. And secondly, the need for a pedestrian crossing, or preferably a raised pedestrian crossing for Longburn School. Right, let's see, are we going to work? We're not working. Did I not turn it on? Hang on, let's try that. Hang on, there we go. There we go, sorry. Of the 33 schools in the draft plan, only 5 schools are in 70 or 100 kilometre speed zones, one of which you've heard from this morning. 3 of these 5 schools are next to a state highway. Longburn School requires specific consideration because its students need to cross State Highway 56, which has a 70 km/h speed limit. We and the Longburn community ask that you consider more than signage and lights because pedestrian crossings offer greater safety, greater protection. Longburn School has petitioned to have a pedestrian crossing twice, in 2009 and 2012. A proportion of Longburn School children need to cross State Highway 56, to get to and from school daily, as do Palmerston North Secondary School students, Longburn Adventist College students, commuters and retirees walking their pets. Demographically, Longburn has 327 residents. 24.8% of these are under 15 years of age and 9.2 are 65 plus. The Longburn Traffic Island was a temporary measure installed by Manawatu District Council, who planned to then install a permanent pedestrian crossing. And we'd like you to note that a traffic island has no legal requirement for the vehicles to stop, whereas a pedestrian crossing has that legal requirement to stop. Also, it's highly effective at improving visibility, reducing vehicle speed, and used on single lane roads like the one it would cross. People are known to speed through Longburn. After all, why slow down? 100 k's here, 100 k's here. Who wants to do 70?
And then there is the traffic, and this includes freight trucks, milk tankers, tractors, and other contracting agricultural vehicles. In 2013, NZTA recognised the need for a reduced speed limit in Longburn from 70 to 50, stating many people had told them they thought current speeds through Longburn felt too high. People also felt the current 100-kilometre speed limit between Longburn and Palmerston was too fast, considering the high volume of traffic on this road. These changes would mitigate accidents in Longburn and on State Highway 56. There have been 61 recorded crashes on this section of road between 2013 and 2023. In these crashes, 4 people have died and 6 people have been seriously injured. Speed reductions will happen because you as a council have elected to residentially develop on both sides of State Highway 56. Now is the opportunity to introduce speed reductions and a pedestrian crossing, keeping everyone safe and supporting future residential growth. So please reduce the speed limits and install a pedestrian crossing for Longburn School. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting. We have a question from the Mayor, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Alice, and thanks for your work on the trail work as well. The Transport Agency have some views, and you would have seen that they're going out to consult with the wider public around speed limits coming into Longburn itself.
Yeah.
You are I gather you're going to submit to that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's very important that that message gets through. We can only do so much. These people actually hold the power.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for your submission.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Now I'd like to invite Max Licknicker, Max the Plumber Limited, submission number 157 to present. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my concerns on this matter of Longburn Rongatia intersection with number 1 line. I live at 397 number 1 line for the last 8 years, and I have noticed the amount of traffic coming through is immense. So heading north along 1 line, people are required to slow down from 100 k's, or quite often more than that, to navigate the stop sign at the intersection of Longburn Rongatia Road. At present, you can move off the stop sign heading north, coming over the rise at the rail bridge. People are often exceeding the speed limit over the rise, which does not give you much time within, it's only about 100 yards of leaving your stop sign, and especially if you're towing a trailer or a commercial vehicle with a trailer again as well, and again milk trucks, making it very dangerous. I'm approximately 300 metres from this intersection, and I see cars overtaking others on the way to this intersection just to get there earlier for no reason at all. And then this again happens on the opposite direction, people leaving the stop sign from the north side of number 1 line, heading south at excessive speeds past my place, overtaking other cars. It makes it very, very dangerous to leave your property and residents around us. A 70k restriction, which is already on number 1 line north from the intersection, has been good, but I would also like this to be implemented on the south side of the intersection heading south. It would hopefully reduce all traffic down to a safe speed for all and literally save lives, basically. Rumble strips would also help make motorists aware of the stop sign ahead, like there is on Kariri Road intersection. Now, this is a major road, and I don't see why this can't be done there as well. And this would also probably help emergency vehicles, which use this road a lot on the way to hospital. If this was a 70k restriction as a national approach to all major intersections within Palmerston North, it'd be a lot easier for New Zealanders to have a consistent and standardised system, making it a lot easier for motorists to understand that they are approaching a dangerous intersection and a stop sign. So with many trucks using this road, commercial trucks and milk tankers which use that road a lot, I would personally like to have the no braking signs moved further south, away, a little bit further away from our residential houses to reduce the noise and basically make it safe for everyone. That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Have a question from Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Max. So are you saying that you want to see a 70k or an 80k limit on Longbourn Rangatea Road and number 1 line, both sides of the junction?
Both sides and east-west if possible too. I forgot to include that because cars coming over that rise are coming over fast. I mean, yeah, and quite often more than the speed limit.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't give you much time to move away safely.
No. So it would be fair to say there's a lack of visibility due to that bridge, isn't there?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Max. Was that trucks not using the air brakes, was it?
Yes, they are using the air brakes, but some of these trucks, perhaps the older type, and the noise is incredible going past. If that can be pulled back, perhaps past Reserve, before Reserve Road, where there was no houses, it would make sense, I think, for all concerned who live in that area.
Thanks very much.
I'll allow one further question. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Max. You'd mentioned in your speech that sometimes you find it really difficult to go from your residence out onto the road. Do you see that as something that is more prominent with everyone along that road?
Yes, for all houses along that road, it is quite dangerous to come out onto that road because people are overtaking left and right and making it quite dangerous, really.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's a speed trap, basically. People use it as a drag strip coming through and they can't, well, I don't know, it just seems to be fun for a lot of people to accelerate from that stop sign as fast as possible past my place, and it's just excessive speed. We'd love to see it slowed down in a general area to make it safe for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. Ngā mihi.
Thank you.
That brings us to Peter French, who I'd like to invite forward, submission number 177.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Peter W. French. My submission does not relate to any one specific school. Instead, my submission requests, when it comes to decision time, that councillors approve signage that is appropriate for each particular school. A few months ago, the City Council did not have a current up-to-date list of the start and close times for all of the 40 schools affected by the plan. But today, I provide you with an update on the screen, thanks to your council staff giving this information to me.
Could you make that one bigger?
It shows the start and close times for 39 of the 40 schools affected.
That's better.
And of particular help for decision makers are the eight comments down the side. For example, 2 schools with a start time of 9 a.m. state drop off from 8:30 a.m. and 2 schools with a start time of 8:55 a.m. state respectively, students arrive after 8:30 a.m. and students allowed on site from 8:30 a.m. so traffic is between 8:25 a.m. and 8:55 a.m. Subject to consultation with those 4 schools, I would suggest that a sign such as this, which is that one, which shows a time range of 8:20 a.m. to 9 a.m. might be appropriate. But a sign such as this one, did I show you the right one? I don't know. Anyway, that's one I just showed you. But a sign such as this, which shows a wider time frame of 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. would probably not be appropriate. I close with a suggestion that council staff contact the 40 schools again to obtain more information about foot traffic and vehicle traffic at both the start and close of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'll open it up for any questions. I have one, just in regards to the school hours that you show on the screen.
Yes.
How recent did you confirm? How did you confirm the hours of the schools that are on the screen?
Oh, yeah, I didn't do that. That's council work.
Okay, sorry.
That was
Your highlights,
Yeah, no,
you're just highlighting the point around the hours for your signs. That's helpful for me. I've just worked.
Oh, those you're talking about these ones here. Yeah, I'm just crossing out the afternoon times because I don't know what the afternoon time should be.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just commenting. I've only made a comment as an example of the morning times, but it would be really good if the council staff contacted the schools and got information about the close time. When what range of time should the signs be for?
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you.
There's no further questions. I appreciate you being here today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Glenn Young from Race Group and Kuki Whenua Group Limited, submission 179.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Mayor, councillors, good to be here again. I've been down this path a few times. Hope it's an easy decision for you on this one, hearing some of the challenges we've got before you today. So I'm here on behalf of Kiki Whenua and Race. We've been proposing a Kiki Whenua development, 300 lots down to Wanaka Road for some time. Many of you will be well aware of this development we're trying to get across the ground. So really our focus today is really on the Wanaka Speed initiative, and we're strongly supportive of that reduction. It can only help. As has been signalled in this room already today, the challenges of dealing with NZTA and state highways, the more we can support you to support a speed reduction to Wanaka Road can only help us with the proposed speed reductions at the intersection. We're sitting on a 300 lot development, realistically $300 million of the development, 300 sets of ratepayers. So quite excited to get this across the line. There's been all sorts of challenges, people are well aware. And you can see them by attached submissions. We've been submitting on this since 23, 24, 25 in the last few attempts. So really just wanted to come here today with a couple of minutes and just stress our support for what you're proposing here, put a face to the name and just be available for questions. But that's pretty much about it, guys. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn. Got a question from the Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Glenn. And look, thank you again for submitting for about the third or fourth time. As I said to some of the others, you know the play with NZTA and their previous views on not reducing the speed limit. They are going out to consultation at the moment. So you're aware of that?
100%,
yeah.
Yes.
And you'll be submitting to that as well?
Mobilising en masse, yes.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. There's no further questions. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Lorraine Cook forward to present submission number 145.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Lorraine Cook. I'm just a long-time resident of the Manawatu and in particular Palmerston North. I just wanted to make two quick points today. My first point is that in general, I generally support any initiatives for speed reductions around the city. And this is because in my experience of all the time I spend walking and cycling and driving around the city, I've witnessed far too many accidents and near misses. And I think there's two main reasons for this. One, we're really lucky in this city that we have these great big flat areas. Inside the city we can have these big wide roads and footpaths, and I think this has two flow-on effects. One is that the big long straight roads encourage people to drive quite fast and treat them as highways even inside the city, but also that our roads are really heavily used by all sorts of people and kids and cyclists and elderly people and people on mobility scooters and people getting on and off buses. Our city is just really well set up for that. And then on some of the roads that go out of the city, they're actually quite narrow and with poor visibility at many of the intersections. So I think we have our roads, both good and bad points, form a situation where we have far too many accidents and near misses. So I don't have children at school or anything like that, so I don't have a good understanding of how long variable speed limits outside schools should be in place for. I just support something being in place at all the schools that are proposed and the proposed reductions at the intersections. And my second point is that I've spent some time in other towns and cities around the country where there's lower speed limits around the city and in some highways. For example, in Auckland City, where in that really busy city centre around the Sky Tower and things like that, it's just a permanent speed limit of 30 or 40 kilometres an hour around there. And my experience of being in these places is that those reduced speed limits actually have the effect of making things feel calm. Traffic moves smoothly and calmly, and it's not my experience that people get frustrated or that these disrupt the traffic or add too much time onto people's days. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got a question from Councillor Hapeta.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one question from me, Lorraine. Thanks for presenting. You talked about you'd witnessed accidents. Did you report them?
Yes, yep, I do.
So how many accidents have you witnessed?
Well, quite a few, but last year in 1 month I witnessed two really major collisions just in the space of a few weeks, just on my route to and from work, and I see near misses quite frequently. Like every day I see something that looks dodgy or could be worse.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorraine. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. For members on the run sheet, Richard Walgard's withdrawn his availability to present today. So that now concludes the hearing. I'm going to move to item 7, which is the summary of submissions, the speed management plan, and invite the Acting Manager for Strategy and Policy, Peter Ridge, to come and present this report.
Kia ora koutou, Peter Ridge, Acting Manager Strategy and Policy, and with me is James Miguel, our Senior Transport Planner. Happy to take the report as read. As you'll be aware, at this stage of the consultation process, we've had written submissions, we've now just had oral submissions, and the next step is to present a deliberations report for you, which will be coming up in April. And that's where we'll present the substance of our advice and recommendations for what the Council may like to do regarding the points raised by submitters. I would like to just clarify a few matters that arose through the oral submissions, because I can imagine there may be some questions, and that may help to answer some of those questions. So one of the points that was raised in relation to Turitea School is worth noting. So the location of the school, the entrance is on the side road, and there's no school entrance on State Highway 56. The council is not the road controlling authority for State Highway 57, apologies. State Highway 57 is controlled by NZTA, so we have no legal authority to create a variable speed limit on 57. We did contact NZTA about that prior to the development of these proposals and expressed our view that this would be a significant issue for the community, and they affirmed to us that they are unable to, under the strict interpretation of the rule, to create a variable speed limit on State Highway 57 because there is no entrance on State Highway 57. We did point out that the community may not share that view, but they were very firm that that was their interpretation. So we haven't included that in our proposal because we have no legal authority to do so, but we have taken that point to NZTA. The second point is relating to the variable speed limit timings. So the proposal document did not include the specific times that the variable speed limits would apply for each school. And the reason for that is the time we had to prepare the consultation document was quite tight, and the work to develop those timings for each school is quite complex, and it can change depending on the outcome of the zones that are going to be treated. We have been working over the last few months to firm up some of that information, and as one of the submitters pointed out, we have a spreadsheet which shows the start and finish times for each of the schools. What we're working through at the moment is a process to identify what those timings should be. So in the document, we identified an example of a static variable speed limit sign to show what it would look like, but that does not reflect what those signs will look like for all schools. The timing will vary from school to school in relation to the time that they start, the time that they finish, and also taking account of things like other schools in the local vicinity where there may be another variable speed limit, the times of those other schools when they start and finish, and also whether there are any other local characteristics that we need to take account of. And one example I can give is Manawatu Community High School, Manawatu Kura Aibi. They're located in Savage Crescent, and they have no access to the main road. So the variable speed limit timing there could look quite different to another school which has access onto a main road. Our next step, once we've developed some specific timings for those variable speed limits, will be to go to each school and confirm with them what they believe is appropriate. So we're looking at taking on their local knowledge. And then when we come back to you in April with the proposal for deliberations and a recommendation for adoption, we'll include those variable speed limit timings for you to look at that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move through to questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Peter and James. I wonder if you could address the point that Steve Russell raised, that we actually don't have to, we're not obligated to reduce the speed limits around schools to 30 because we already have them at 40. Is that a correct interpretation?
That is technically correct. For schools that already have a 40k variable speed limit, we don't have to reduce it to 30. The reason we chose to propose a 30k variable speed limit for those schools as well is to achieve a consistent approach across the city. One of the things we identified could be confusing is when speed limits look different for different schools. But if the council wanted to keep an existing variable speed limit, one that was created back in 2013 at 40 kilometres per hour, they are able to do that.
Okay, so Status quo at the moment is that some schools have got a variable 40. Sorry, some schools have got a 40 and some schools have got nothing. And so your point is proposing to put them all to 30 is consistent, but we could technically, those who are on 40 currently could stay on 40 and just the new ones go to 30. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yeah.
And what are the numbers, like how many would go to 30 and how many could technically stay on 40?
Off the top of my head, I think there are 15 schools currently covered by a variable speed limit. So we're looking at around 15 or 16 with an existing 40k variable speed limit, and the balance of the schools would then be addressed by the new 30.
Okay, so if we didn't put them all down to 30, we would end up with a mix of systems across the city where 15 schools were at 40 and the other approximately, I don't know, 25 to 30 would be at 30.
That's correct. And to give one example of what that could look like, currently Central Normal School and Palmerston North Boys High School are covered by an existing 40k variable speed limit. Queen Elizabeth College on Rangitikei Street, which is being proposed by NCTA because that's a state highway, they're proposing a 30k variable speed limit for Rangitikei Street.
Yeah, so we'd end up with 40, 40, 30. Yeah, okay, I get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zebulon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, have we kept note of the specific suggestions or requests that have come through that don't relate to speed management, or speed limits rather, so that we might consider them or act on them or incorporate them into work programs? How will we know where those suggestions have ended up?
Yeah, so when we go through the submissions, we do a full analysis. We identify things which are in scope, which in this case will be related to speed limits, and those which are out of scope, which will primarily be infrastructural changes. We're keeping a note of those, and we'll be able to provide those to the infrastructure team to progress.
Thank you. And my other question was about the Turitea School, and wondering, despite it being a state highway, whether or not we could attempt other interventions or creating more of an intersection-like infrastructure there, because it's not really an intersection, it's just more of a turn-off. We've done something similar in Akautri and said, you know, we'll just do the roundabout or we'll just do the intersection, and of course we had to do a business case for it. Is there a chance that we could maybe, if we can't lower the speed limit there, could we do something else?
I might pass that one to General Manager Glenn O'Connor to discuss any infrastructural approaches could be taken there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Glenn O'Connor, Infrastructure GM. In theory, Councillor, if Council was of mind, we could approach NZTA to seek to undertake work on the eroding corridor and undertake that work at Council's cost. That would be a Council decision.
And because that intersection includes one of our roads, could we could we engineer it so that we were predominantly working on our road, so there was minimal interference with the eroding corridor in case they weren't minded to agree with us?
It's probably not that simple, Councillor. The dominant road is the NZTA road from a speed point of view, and our road feeds off that. There's a few subtleties around how far the intersection goes, and it will incorporate some of the actual signage on our road. That there'll be a limit line there of the markings, but certainly if Council was of a mind to alter that intersection, we want to ensure that it was fit for future and engineered with the necessary improvements.
Okay, thank you. I might put some questions to you later.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, team. Mr. Rathall's submission suggested that you could do 40 kilometres everywhere. I'm assuming that was an incorrect interpretation of the rule. You couldn't just choose all schools could have a 40 kilometre variable, just those that already have it?
Yeah, the only schools that can have a 40k variable speed limit under the rule are those schools that already have a 40k variable speed limit. So for all those other schools that don't, then they would need to be a 30k speed limit.
Okay. In terms of the confusion you talked about in answer to Councillor Johnson's question, how much confusion is there currently of people that drive down Rangitikei line past QEC at 50 kilometres an hour then turn left onto Featherson Street past Boys High and it goes to 30. Does that cause significant confusion, or?
I can't speak to how confused drivers are individually. What we're looking for is general consistency across our network to avoid the number of times that people have to comply with changing speed limits, particularly within the urban environment.
I appreciate that, but if we can't speak for confusion and there's currently an inconsistency, I'm trying to understand what the issue is with that inconsistency, that some calls at the moment are 50 and some are 40.
What we're trying to achieve is a minimal inconsistency. I think you can't avoid inconsistent speed limits. There's always going to be changes, particularly when you have variable speed limits for schools across our network. What we're trying to avoid is the number of times when things are different or look different to people and create an unfamiliar situation.
I appreciate that. My question is, if we can't measure what the issue is, what's the problem we're trying to solve? I appreciate we'd like consistency, but why is inconsistency a bad thing given it's the current status quo?
James Gale, Transport Planner. So in terms of consistency, this was actually something that we're hearing in some of the feedback. I'll note around number 1 line, a lot of submitters raise consistency of speed limits as being an issue. So it's certainly from our approach, we're just trying to, as Peter indicated, minimise the impact on drivers for that inconsistent or changing speed limits within a short span of area.
Thank you. And my last question was in regard to the suggestion of shorter time bands that some submitters and some schools have suggested. Do we have the variability to say do a half an hour band around pick up and drop off time rather than 45 minutes as an example?
So the rule stipulates a maximum school travel period of 45 minutes before school starts and 45 minutes after school starts, so a 90-minute window, and the same for the end of the day. That's our maximum, but we have flexibility to set a time within that maximum window. Our general rule of thumb that we're applying as a starting point is anything from 20 to 30 minutes before the first bell, and maybe 10 to 15 minutes after that, but acknowledging there could be value in varying that depending on school locations and preferences there.
Oh, great. So just to clarify then, what will come back to us won't be just a blanket 45 minutes either way. You'll tailor it to each school.
It will be tailored.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Looking through the consultation documents and things received, it appears that the council has on several occasions told residents that we are required to make 30k speed limits and alter this. That information, based on what you've said and Mr. Rothel's submission, does not appear to be correct. I invite your comment on that.
I think generally we are required to put 30k variable speed limits in. We are in the position of having some exceptions to that where schools have an existing 40k variable speed limit. We've taken the approach of taking a consistent system for variable speed limits across our schools. I will concede that not in every single case we are required to do that. Within the nature of a consultation document, we try to avoid adding adding confusion into the discussion as we can. But I will accept that, yes, in some cases that's not fully correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Peter and James. Just a couple questions left. One is looking through the report and some of the social media shots that were attached there. It appears a school in Stacey's Road was perhaps inadvertently left out of the material that went to the community, and just wondered what the situation is around that.
So that school did get raised with us. So when we looked into it, it wasn't registered with the Ministry of Education, that particular school on Stacey's Road. And then when questioning it, the approach being taken across country is schools under Ministry of Education. I couldn't comment why it wasn't on the Ministry of Education list, but that is why we took that approach, and that school is not being looked at.
So the position of officers is that because it was left off a ministry list, we're not going to do anything around speeds.
So just to add a little clarification there, the rule requires us to create a variable speed limit for all schools, and it defines schools as registered under the Education Act, I think it is.
Right.
And because that school isn't registered under the Education Act in this district, that's why it never appeared in any of the official lists that we drew up. What that creates for the council is there's no obligation to put a variable speed limit in there. We do potentially have scope to create a new variable speed limit for that school. Given the stage we're at with consultation, we couldn't introduce it at a late point. But if council was of a mind to want to apply a treatment for that location, that's something that can be looked at as part of stage 2.
Thanks. So just in terms of communication with that school, then, are they aware of the administrative gap that they have found themselves in?
Not at this stage, but we will be in contact with them.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to follow up on the response you had to Councillor Isabella around pulling together some of the related requests. You indicated that would be provided to officers. Would that also be able to be appended to the deliberations report that comes back so that there's some visibility to the community?
Absolutely, we can include that in the report.
Great, thank you. Can I just ask as well, I was struck by the submitter's spreadsheet and the remarkable complexity of timings around school operations in the city. Is there anything being done or that could be done to look at harmonizing that to make our job ultimately easier here?
We're all for anything that makes our job easier. That spreadsheet just includes the start and finish time for schools, and that's our starting point. As I mentioned, we also have that maximum school travel window, school travel period window to consider. And then there are the other elements of schools that are in close proximity to each other where we may want to consider a unified approach. So one example we've been looking at and discussing with the NZTA is Queen Elizabeth College on Rangatike Street, Palmerston Boys High, and Central Normal on Featherston Street. At the moment, those variable speed limit zones don't match up, they don't join up. There's a gap in there. So the challenge for us is to identify whether there's value in having a single school travel period, given that Palmerston Boys High starts at 8:40, QEC starts at 9, so does Central Normal, and then they have different finish times as well. They also have different communities, as it were. So we have 2 high schools, or a combined high school intermediate, and a primary school. So the issues there can be quite complex as to what makes sense, and what we're trying to come up with is a proposal for a school travel period that will make sense there. There will be some other locations around the city where similar issues arise. What we're trying to do is work through, starting with the simplest ones that we can make a very straightforward recommendation around, and for the remainder, trying to identify the least confusing approach that we can come up with.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the responses, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kuru.
Kia ora. I just want to draw attention to submission 28, which is Bennett Richardson, submission 121, which is Lisa Thomas, Casey Simeon 96, and 126, which is Kathleen, which is around the Vogel Street, Roslyn School, Vogel Street area. Just in their speed, that they're wanting speed bumps, and there is no pedestrians around there as well. And also with Botanical Road, Brighton Crescent, around Takaro School. Similar to Katie Zabellan's, that it would be really good if we could get some sort of if it could be put onto some sort of priority list so that the community could see that we are taking that into consideration. I've just been looking at all the solutions, and do you think that's possible?
Yes, as I mentioned to Councillor Zabellan, when we bring the report back in April, we'll include a list of all of those requests, and that will be visible to you, and we'll also make that, of course, available for the infrastructure team to include in their prioritisation.
Fantastic. And the other question I was wondering is, have we done any sort of research or survey into why so many people are driving. So some of the submissions that came back said that there's lots of problems with parking, yellow lines, et cetera, but why people don't let their kids walk anymore.
I'll take this one. I guess there's a lot of reasons. I think a lot of it is perception or the actual practice is around safety, so either perception or the physical safety. Parents can be not wanting to walk or let the kids bike because of the risks posed by motor vehicles to them when they're crossing roads or walking even just on the footpath with driveways. So there's a lot of factors in that, but safety is probably the biggest thing.
Perception of safety. Yeah. Thank you. What else is there? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just in regards to the information in the consultation material around the legal requirement for the 30 km/h that perhaps wasn't quite correct, is it your expectation that the nature of the submissions would have been any different if the information that we'd provided was accurate?
In my view, no, I don't think it would. Looking through the submissions we've received, there isn't a substantial pushback against what we've been proposing here. And I guess my view is that I think people prefer to take a more consistent approach, particularly when we're dealing with issues related to the safety of children around schools. So I don't think it would have significantly altered the submissions. I do apologise if it has seemed misleading that we were saying that we had to put a 30k speed limit in around all schools. I do accept, yes, there are some schools where we could have proposed a 40k speed limit. Throughout all the development work that we brought to council before consultation, we had indicated that a consistent approach was preferred, and the reason it wasn't called out in the consultation document was to avoid creating a confusing presentation of what it is that we're looking to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you both. There's no further questions. Appreciate you presenting your summary report today. I'll move that the committee receive the memorandum titled Speed Management Plan Summary of Submissions presented to the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee on the 4th of March 2026, seconded by Councillor Naylor. Typically we don't have comments at this stage, so I'd like to invite a vote. And that is passed, 14 votes for. The next two items are scheduled with presenters for after morning tea, so we're going to move through to item 10, and I'm going to invite Stephen Minton to come to present the setting of Council's risk management appetite and tolerance levels paper. Welcome.
Good morning, Stephen Minton, Risk Management Advisor. I'm here to present a paper on the Council's risk appetite and risk tolerance levels. This is a reconfirmation of the levels that were set last year, and also to confirm that going forward that these will be reviewed on a 3-yearly basis. Apart from that, I'll take the paper as read and take questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Open it up. Councillor Zevelin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Stephen. I just have a few questions for you. One is about the proposal that we review these triennially going forward. But I noted in paragraph 2.3, you talk about how the risk management framework and the policy from 2023 are due for review in Q2 this year. And I just wondered what whether you thought anything might arise out of that that might cause us to want to re-look at our risk tolerance settings in a year's time pending the results of those reviews?
It's most unlikely the policy will be going through its third or fourth version. The framework will be going through its third version. The changes that I expect are relatively minor. There's a couple of things to just tidy up. I can't see anything of any real significance, even for officers, that's going to change within those frameworks or policies. And also, as I said, within the paper that I'm presenting here, risk tolerance levels don't change significantly over time unless there is a significant change in external context or a major event. None of that's happened to date. So the answer is no, I don't expect there to be any changes whatsoever, really. There's a couple of typos and things like that.
Okay, thank you. That does help me with my next point, which was that we are expecting to undergo a significant amount of organisational change with waters transition, potentially rates capping, RMA reform, and all of that would sort of have quite a significant impact on how we operate or what we're responsible for. And I wondered whether that kind of fundamental sea change would meet that threshold for, I think at 4.7 you talk about whether those kinds of things would have an impact on our strategic objectives or change the way that we think about risk. So I wondered whether that might be a reason to maybe review it annually for another year and then maybe look to go triennially.
I wouldn't expect the risk appetite and tolerance levels to change, even with, for example, the waters coming out and the rates capping potentially. What might occur is that there may be some adjustments perhaps to our risk consequence tables, but that's more at an operational level. Given the nature of the organisation may be changed in size and structure, but the tolerance levels themselves are probably still the same.
Okay, thank you. And just talking about the operational relevance of those tables, I'm assuming that the officers are using this framework and consequence tables when they make operational decisions. I wondered, should we in governance be using that framework ourselves to sort of guide us more than it does? Or are we kind of relying on the fact that that work has been done before any piece of work comes to us?
So there are some changes coming, I believe, within the way that the papers are presented to committees and councils, and there's new sections on risk, which is in the final stages of being drafted, which will present in this chamber a more detailed assessment of how the risks have been assessed and arrived at, based on the consequence table, so something to look forward to.
I will look forward to that. So that was one of my other points, is that at the moment it sort of gets a one-liner in the table when we weigh up options. So what we might expect going forward is it would be more aligned with the terminology that we use in the risk framework.
There will be, within the draft, there will be the risk categories and the assessments and of residual and raw risk, and they will be created using the consequence tables.
Well, I will look forward to that. And my last question was, do we or do SLT see any kind of report back or assessment of how well this is working in practice? Or I guess my question is, how are we to know if the settings are right, except for in the absence of any major risk manifestation, so to speak?
I mean, also we do our, what we call our divisional risk registers, which is at the operational level, and there are occasion for the operational activities to be above the risk tolerance, and the process being that if that occurs, then it must go to either the general manager or the chief executive for sign-off, so they do see the consequence or the outcome of the assessment against those consequence tables, and obviously then the recommended remediation and things like that. So there is material that goes to SLT at an individual level on where work is required based on those assessments.
So like a sort of case by case rather than a sort of...
I mean, I have a heat map of cross council on an operational basis, and it's not all green, but it's not all red either. So I guess there's that balance is showing through.
Excellent. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thanks, Stephen. In table 4.1, where you've presented the risk appetite, has that changed since the last time you presented it to us?
No.
And when you say it broadly follows other councils, are there any of those risk appetite areas where we're significantly different to other councils?
There are a few where, for example, I'll take an example from one of the councils on people and capability. Firstly, it's difficult to do an exact comparison because their definition is slightly different, so there's a bit of interpretation required. One of the councils I saw for people and capability, they actually have almost a seeking type appetite, which is higher than ours. Looking through them, though, I wouldn't say that we're not an outlier in any sort of sense. The largest correlation, of course, as you would expect, is in health and safety. And apart from that, no, we are generally following theirs. There are, if anything, we'd probably be slightly conservative on one or two of the things. But I wouldn't say that we're an outlier in being too high compared to other councils.
Okay, thank you. And then same question then for the risk tolerance table in 4.2. So, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Same two questions. Has it changed since you last presented it to us? How are we different to other councils?
No, it's not. No, it hasn't changed.
Yeah.
And once again, we are broadly in line, and if anything, possibly very slightly more conservative than the average that I've seen.
Okay, thank you. And if we're moving to a 3-yearly review of this, what sorts of things would trigger you to bring it back to us sooner than that three-yearly review?
One of the, I think if I looked at the clauses that I'd written up about this, and clause 4.7 there, those are the sorts of triggers that we would expect material changes, like a significant risk events. And we did talk about just briefly changes in the regulatory environment or rates capping. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't say that we would see that as triggering a review of the risk tolerance levels. However, we've not done a full assessment. It may be that we determine that perhaps there is a need, but as I also pointed out, it's possibly more around changing the consequence tables as opposed to the tolerance levels.
Okay, so I may have misinterpreted then, but in your answer to Councillor Zabellin, did you not say that you didn't think rates capping and changes to regulation would not have any effect? You need to turn yours off.
I'll take one.
Yep, okay. At this point, I don't envisage it changing, but like I said, we've not done a full assessment yet.
Okay, so you're keeping an open mind on it, but not anticipating anything.
Correct.
Would that be fair? And so if you, in your assessment, you felt it was to change, would that come back to us?
Risk tolerance or appetite levels needs to come back to this chamber for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Stephen. My questions probably most easily relate to the table in 4.1 where we have the range of appetites. Are there practical examples where, say, having a neutral view around financial risk is delivering significant benefit for the council?
I think so. I mean, if we took, for example, the budgets for programs and projects, there's often a contingency amounts built in there. If we were to increase the tolerance, for example, more towards the neutral, it may mean that we could reduce those contingencies, although then running the risk that we don't have enough, but that would reduce potentially the amount of funds that would be required for the budget approval per se.
Thanks.
I mean, it's a balancing act in everything we do one way or the other.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So I take from that answer that there are, in your analysis, practical examples of where lining our risk appetites up around 4s and 5s in some cases are delivering or potentially deliver benefits to council.
Yeah, and you know, in different types of organisations, entrepreneurial type things, they may have all of their risk appetites or all their risk in the sort of the seeking category.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I realize that. So regardless of whether this comes back to us in a year or some other 3 years or some other period of time, would it be possible to articulate some specific examples where those kind of higher risk settings are delivering benefits?
I mean, we've not done a particularly detailed analysis around that, apart from the commentary within the paper around the potential consequences of changing the risk levels. We've not gone any further than that. I'm just trying to think of other examples. I mean, as you increase your risk appetite, you decrease your controls, and there's obviously potential financial benefits in not having the cost of those controls in place. For example, I mean, we pay something like $4 million in insurance premiums a year. If we had a very high risk tolerance, we may be able to get rid of all of our insurance, but it probably wouldn't be seen as a particularly prudent thing.
Thanks for those responses. So I guess what I'm hearing is that at this stage you haven't really done the detailed thinking to articulate specific examples.
Not beyond where we are. I mean, the tolerance and appetite levels have been set based on where we think they should sit in comparison to other councils, and generally the types of tolerance levels that we would expect to see. And also, when you look at the operational risks that we do the assessments on, there's also that sort of, I guess you could call it the sniff test, that, you know, this sort of looks and feels about right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you presenting and covering those range of questions. I'll move from the chair. The recommendations before us that council reconfirm the risk appetite and risk tolerance levels as noted in section 4.1 and 4.2 of the memorandum titled Setting Council's Risk Management Appetite and Tolerance Levels, presented 4th March 2026, and 2, that council agree to review risk appetite and tolerance levels triennially hereafter. I've moved that, seconded by Councillor Naylor. Open it up for any comments or debate. Councillor Zebulon.
I just wanted to note that I really do welcome a new approach to communicating the risk management assessments that come in papers to us, because I have been thinking a bit about the relevance to governance outside of just setting the appetite and the tolerance parameters. So obviously, we can reasonably assume that any piece of work that's brought to us has been run through that framework where it's relevant, but the extent to which the management of risk as per the framework shows up in our decision making, I think, is less clear to me. And certainly I think we have more scope to disregard our tolerance levels if we wanted to than the officers do. And you need only look at the consequence table on page 91 and the cultural risk descriptions under moderate, serious or major to see how that plays out in practice. And I was also of the view that keeping an annual review for now would be beneficial, given that we do have a heap of change coming that may change our risk profile or our risk appetite, and also because the policy and the framework were due to be reviewed this year. And I just thought, in light of that, having another review, having a look at it in a year's time, we would benefit from knowing more firmly what our situation is going to look like and what the results of that review are, and then move it on to a triennial review, because I'm not opposed to that. But having heard the answers from the officer, I am reassured somewhat that the review results are likely to be minor and that our risks are well identified, notwithstanding the sort of infamous tsunami of change that's coming. So I think I'm okay with it now, but I I do feel like I would be more comfortable if we reviewed it in a year's time, just given how unstable things are at the moment. That's my thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I was going to comment along similar lines that I'm not really comfortable with moving this to a 3-yearly review at this stage. I think given the degree of change that local government is going through at the moment, the significant effects of moving to a separate water entity, the proposed rates capping, the significant changes in legislation that affect planning and so on, I think it's not that wise, or perhaps I could say I think it's too risky, to move to a 3-year review at this stage. I would much prefer to see it on a yearly level. And I'd also like to see, along the lines of Councillor Barrett, a little bit more information coming back to us of tangible examples so that we can be sure that we've got the right risk tolerance and risk appetite in the framework, because I think it's very general, shall I say, almost a little bit vague at this point. I think if we had tangible examples, that would perhaps give a more realistic kind of view to it. So I would encourage it to stay on a yearly review for the time being, and to come back with a bit more tangible information or examples. I think that would be very helpful. So I'm not going to be supporting number 2, and I'll ask them to be separated. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Once again, I'm really happy with this report, and I think the overall risk framework has been refined really well over recent years. In terms of the option to move to 3-yearly review of the risk appetite and tolerance, I'm actually comfortable with that on the basis that the officers have said if anything significantly changes that they would bring it back to us, and on the basis that the reporting still continues on a quarterly basis as per our work plan. And so it's not as if these, reporting on this is not going to come in front of us. I think the changes that have been mentioned, particularly around rates capping and other legislative changes, will have more of an impact on council's decision making than our actual risk appetite or tolerance. It's already set at medium, low to medium, so I'm fairly comfortable with that. So on that basis, I'll be supporting both recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Harpeta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Totally agree with Councillor Naylor. I think we're overreacting a little bit here. I think we've got to remember governance in operations, and we are governance. Operations have done a great job here in putting this in front of us, and I think 4.7 outlines it really, really well. I think we are going forward as a governance team. They're putting in front of us their recommendations, and we are governance, and we are getting the recommendations put in front of us, and I'm very happy to support both recommendations going forward. So I just don't think we should be overreacting. Yes, we've got these things coming forward to us, but at the end of the day, if a train does come down to flatten us, they will basically tell us before it does flatten us. So I just don't think we should be reacting as much as what people are thinking is going to happen. It's not going to happen. I think the sky's not going to fall in just yet. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Oh goodness, I hope no trains are on the way. Councillors, there's just one point I have to comment on, which is this idea that we need a third column in terms of the implications matrix that should tell us, what the benefits are of what we're doing or the costs are of what we're doing. That column is the status quo. That is every annual budget we get. That is every paper that comes to our committee. That is every single time we get an update from the Chief Executive. That is the status quo. And we've got an incredibly detailed piece of analysis our risk manager's given us on the implications of diverting from that status quo, either adopting a lower risk appetite or a higher risk appetite. So he's very welcome to put a column in that just says status quo, what you see every day, but I don't see the benefit of doing that. So I'm quite comfortable with the level of detail we've been given. Councillors are aware of what the implications would be if we were to lower or increase a risk appetite, and I would see it being almost prohibitive to cherry pick a couple of examples in each category and go, here's a benefit of doing this, here's a cost of doing this. it is the entirety of our operation is in line with what our risk appetite is set at. And it would be too grand a task to suggest that in every operation department we give examples of where this is going well or not going well, because really it's up to individual councillors to determine if you're comfortable with what our current operations are. And so my urge to you would be that line between increased and decreased appetite, view that as the status quo, and then make your decision based off whether you're comfortable with what we're doing currently or not comfortable with what we're doing currently. But I wouldn't ask the risk manager, from my perspective, for some sort of status quo column that tells us what we're doing, because that's what we see every day.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Interesting to hear perspectives around risk, the appetite for it, and importantly, how we communicate it with the community. And for those of you that have sat through my comments on this in prior editions, you'll realize that I do struggle with this area. My struggle really arises that when I think of my personal life, I don't have anything near a neutral view on legal. I very much want to be firmly in the legal space. I don't have a neutral view on environment. I don't have a neutral view on reputation. I have very strong views that those are to be highly protected. And so the challenge that I have is when I see us come into the collective here and we start to express that for things like reputation, we do have an element of neutrality in there. I find that really hard to understand the rationale for, and to see practical examples where we could communicate even to ourselves, and certainly hopefully to the wider 90,000 of us that are in this community, what's a practical reason why as a council we would be neutral around legal? There must be one, because we've indicated that it is something that sits within our collective comfort. So I'm not suggesting that we need a massively detailed analysis of every nook and cranny of council's work, but I think where we have appetite that is tending towards the neutral around things that are significant, such as reputation, legal, environmental, it would be very useful to have some examples that could be shared with the community of the benefits that are being derived from having a acceptance of a level of risk in those spaces. Hopefully those examples do exist, and I think they'd be very helpful to communicate to the community. So that's the kind of rationale around my questions, and would certainly be encouraging of seeing that find its way into future reporting. I agree that the table of contrast there is a start, but is still quite generic slash, quite generic still for my liking. So I think on that basis, it would be helpful to see this come back in a year's time, rather than wait a full 3 years before I take the opportunity to comment again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I'm of the same opinion as Councillors Bell and Councillor Johnson, and also Councillor Barrett. I think we're all cognizant of the fact that there's a changing landscape politically, socially, culturally, and I think that it's moving at such a pace that we do need to have currency and oversight of what our risk appetite is, and I think it would be best practice if we do come back in a year's time and review this. If we're comfortable with it, it won't take too long and we'll move on. But if we need to make change, then so be it. I think the practical examples or the tangible examples that are requested just give us confidence also that behind this table we have the rationale quite clear in our mind, so we are accountable to all the citizens in our city, and we can articulate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll just close with my comments. I have a level of comfort with the line of questioning, and thank you for the range of questions and the scope of that, even with the scope of comments in the debate. But the officers gave assurance that there'd be minor change, if any, on known water entities and possible rate caps, but understanding local government is dynamic, and but with those responses from the officer, I have a high level of comfort. If there's anything that is a red flag that needs to come, would be well aware of it, and we can discuss that at any point during the triennium. But for now, I'm happy to support recommendation 2 that moves it to a 3-yearly report. We have separated these two items, so I'll call now for the vote on 1. That's passed 13 votes for and 2 against. And while we set that up, it's displayed on the screen. And invite a vote on recommendation 2. And that is passed 10 votes for and 5 against. We'll now break for morning tea. When we resume, we'll be going back to item 8, which is the New Zealand Food Awards report, and moving back through the order of the agenda. Reconvene at 11. Thank you. Great, we will reconvene our meeting, and as mentioned prior to the break, we're going to move to item 8, which is the New Zealand Food Awards annual report. And can I invite the Manager for Marketing, Jessica Polpool, to present, and also being supported by Rebecca Solman, who is the Associate Director of Events and Sponsorship for Massey University, who is coming to us to this meeting via Teams. So welcome Rebecca, welcome Jessica, the floor is yours to present.
Morning Tato, Jessica Papel, Marketing Manager. As Chair said, we've joined with Rebecca Solomon online, who's the Events and Sponsorship Director at Massey University. Just a couple of points to make before I hand over to Rebecca, who's going to present on Massey's performance of the awards. Just noting that this report outlines the performance across the 3 years of the partnership, noting that our funding levels do change based on the years of sponsorship level, which is great. This request is before you due to the fact that we needed to report back on the performance of the awards, but also because it is over an LTP, which affects how we confirm the sponsorship, but also that the total amount exceeds the funding cap within the support and funding policy. So the total amount of the 64,000 is above even the majors, which sits at 30. So I will hand over to Rebecca to present on Massey.
Thank you, Jessica. I'm just going to test my technology now and try and share some slides with you. So bear with me 1 second while I get that rolling. So please let me know if you are seeing.
We can see that very clearly, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, fantastic. So hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to scan through the report and have a look at some of the outcomes of New Zealand Food Awards over the past 3 years. I think that the main things to highlight is that New Zealand Food Awards is a nationally recognised event. And so what we're really looking to do is align the food awards with sector strengths, and obviously with that comes an alignment with Massey University as the principal sponsor, and then obviously with our sponsor family, including Palmerston North City Council for the last 3 years, and I believe up to 10 years before that. So I think one of the things that we really highlighted last year was some of the complementary activity we did is really highlighting the Manawatu's place as the regional food ecosystem. So I think that's been something really good for us to align with. At the same time as we saw a shift of the judging activity for New Zealand Food Awards moving from Auckland to the Manawatu. So that's now held at Massey University's Palmerston North campus and using our facilities there. So we've seen some shifts in terms of delivery. The entire program's had an overhaul. So again, if you've got specific questions around the performance for the last sponsorship, happy to speak to those, but just wanted to talk to some improvements now. So we have gone through a strategic review, and I just really wanted to highlight where we've landed on in terms of the purpose of the awards and how they differentiate from other awards in the market. So New Zealand Food Awards recognise and support excellence, innovation and sustainable practice across our domestic and export food sector. And obviously with that, we're wanting to celebrate the people, capability and collaboration that enable those outstanding outcomes. So for us, really landing on defining what the purpose of the Food Awards was and differentiating it was a really strong move. And I think and allows us then to have conversations with partners in terms of how they can add value to that. The strategic review from us came from obviously as a we power the New Zealand Food Awards, but we are also the principal sponsor and owner of the New Zealand Food Awards. So the same as you're going through the review process now, we need to review in terms of the resource that goes into the New Zealand Food Awards and strategically as a university, what that's delivering for us, but also what it's delivering for New Zealand Inc. So, bear with me. So with that strategic positioning, I think one of the really clear things was about that strength and identity. So while it's a product award and we do have, a fantastic event we hosted in Palmerston North last year, it's about celebrating those contributions across the food ecosystem. So while we have this event to support and enable collaboration and celebrate success, it's looking at how we can foster that innovation moving forward. Being really clear in terms of what the food awards are, so focus on excellence and innovation, and how we align that with industry needs. And then I think a really important one, and I think this is where there's a really amazing opportunity ongoing for Palmerston North City Council, is highlighting that leadership in food innovation and contributions to the economy. So again, aligned with that regional food strategy. And then of course, if we have a strong strategic platform and have that focus on future industry growth, then that's of benefit for our sponsors as well. Okay, so the regional and national alignment, and I have borrowed an image there from the Manawatu Regional Food Strategy. So I think for us, again, it's, and I am just looking at a terrible typo there. We are not in the Manawatu region, we are in the Manawatu region. So how we align the food awards with what's already happening in the region and what some of your focuses are, and I think, that's really important for us moving forward, as I said, with shifting the judging activity from Auckland to the Palmerston North campus, just looking for ways to kind of really highlight and showcase that alignment. We hosted a networking breakfast and innovation tours as part of the New Zealand Food Awards program in Palmerston North last year. That was a new addition to the program, and really just an opportunity to just showcase what's happening in the region when we've got visitors coming in, and also incentivising them to come in beyond just attending the gala dinner. So really made really focused on that as the additional benefit for attendees to the gala dinner in 2025, sorry. That focus on sustainability and innovation, so that aligns with the pillars of the New Zealand Food Awards. We're wanting to look at value-added innovation, and obviously in and around what we do at Massey University around that collaborative science. Looking at how we can foster that collaboration from field to consumer, again, aligning with that Manawatu regional food strategy, and looking at things like, obviously, research, commercialisation, so how do we support our smaller producers to kind of scale up, and what does that look like in terms of how we do that in the Manawatu, how we do that at Massey, how we do that with some of our partners, and sustainable processing, because we have to be future focused. So as I've said there, that strategic role is extending beyond just the awards. So really taking and holding that place in terms of food innovation leadership. And again, I think that's where there's a really amazing opportunity ongoing with Palmerston North City Council. The next thing that I wanted to highlight was a really big one. So next year is our centenary. So 100 years of Massey University, obviously 100 years of Fonterra as well, and Reddit Institute in there also. And so one of our proposals for 2027 is to host the gala dinner in Palmerston North. So aligning with that centenary activity that we have happening in the region, but just another really amazing opportunity to bring people to the region to showcase, the innovation and the amazing things that are happening in the region, and how we support and foster that through the partnerships that we have in the Manawatu region. What else can I tell you about there? Obviously, there's a really amazing opportunity to be part of that wider storytelling around the centenary. So I think, that again presents a really fantastic opportunity. And, between us and Palmerston North City Council, the wider region, I think, more opportunities to encourage people to come to the Manawatu region, and to recognise, the collaboration and the depth of the expertise that's happening in that food innovation space. Okay, so the last thing that I just wanted to touch on was regional success. I know that one of our key focuses with the New Zealand Food Awards, with the time that I've been with the program, has been encouraging more regional entries. We couldn't have done better in 2026 with Fonterra entering their Easy Bakery Cream. So You know, really, again, having Fonterra's product taking out the top award, so taking out the Supreme Award in 2025, just really highlights the strength of what we've got happening in the region. And while, you know, that's at one sort of level of the food and beverage industry and ecosystem, you know, equally there are opportunities for people who are at smaller scale, and so we want to recognise and support that moving forward as well. So I wasn't sure if I had 5 or 10 minutes. I wanted to take the time to highlight on some of the particularly the repositioning, but also the opportunities moving forward. So I guess an opportunity now to answer any questions. If you want to speak to any aspects of the report, I'm happy to take those, and I will stop sharing now.
Great, thanks Rebecca. We do have some questions, so I'll move into that. Councillor Naylor.
Thanks, Rebecca. I'm just interested to know, people who are attending the gala dinner, how much do they pay for their ticket?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So last year our tickets were priced at $230 per person, and so that included a 3-course fine dining experience, beverages, and obviously the gala dinner experience.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of people attending the networking breakfast, do they pay for that as well?
Yeah, yep. So we did have some complimentary spaces at that, just to encourage that networking and collaboration. But people attending the awards had the option to have that as an add-on to their ticket for the gala dinner.
And what was the additional cost of the breakfast?
The breakfast was $50 per head.
Thank you.
So it was considerably subsidised.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I've got questions for the officer as well.
Sure.
Yeah, do that now.
Yes, please.
Just in terms of the report, in option 1 under risks on page 40, it says reduction in funding for other council initiatives. I'm just trying to understand, if this was approved, would that be, would the funding come from within existing budgets, or would that be additional to what's already included in the annual budget for 26-27?
This is currently not included in the annual budget. This is for you to put into the annual budget for consideration. So I guess the risk is that you are balancing it up with other priorities within the annual budget.
So the reduction in funding for other council initiatives, what's that referring to?
I mean, the risk is that when you put money in, I guess the pool is not as big as what we can fund everything. So I guess if you're funding this, there might be other things that you trade off to not fund.
So, but if we do fund it, this is still over and above the existing funds that are already there for other economic development type.
Yes.
Okay, and so have also officers, I mean, I realise it's here because it's outside the policy, but have officers looked at the existing budgets of, you know, economic benefit sort of funds to see whether this could come out of any of those existing funds?
So there is the option, if councillors wish to put that forward, absolutely we could take it potentially from the sponsor, like a small amount from the sponsorship fund, if you, well, the value is up to you in terms of how much you wish to do. We kept it the same as what it currently is, primarily for the LTP purpose, to keep it clean, but again, it's entirely up to you and how you would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the report, it talks about council had 10 tickets to allocate to each awards dinners when it was elsewhere, and 20 tickets to when it was in Palmerston North. How were those tickets allocated?
So it was a collaboration, I guess, through the Mayor's office and through our team in terms of identifying different people that could go to different, to both the Auckland dinner and the Palmerston North dinner.
Okay, that's all from me, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is a question for Rebecca or Jessica, but generally when we get reports for funding like this that are about an ongoing event or something we've done before, we get an economic modelling report about the benefit of doing it. As far as I can see, the only comment on the economic benefit is that 60 attendees were from out of town. Is there an economic modelling report that's been done, and could we have that information to make this decision?
We have done economic reporting, but because of the way the tickets are purchased, it's really hard to get an estimate of how much those people have spent in the region when they have come, and because it's such a short period of time for the one night event, it's really difficult to get an accurate data figure as to how much the whole event would have valued to the city. So we have a rough estimate of how much benefit it provides, and I can share that with you, but it's not something that I would, it's not a number that I would stack all my decisions against at the moment.
Thank you, and appreciating that economic modelling is always rough.
Absolutely.
What is that figure?
So we estimate the event to be generating $84,000 in direct event-related economic activity, and that is made up of $19,000 in visitor spend, $61,000 in gala ticket sales, and $36,000 in breakfast and tour tickets.
Thank you. And so a question perhaps to Rebecca, given you're generating $61,000 from ticket sales, $40,000 from this sponsorship and others, how much does it cost to put on a dinner for 281 people?
That's a very good question. We do have some increased costs when we take it out of Auckland, for example, for us using the Central Energy Trust Arena. There's a little bit of additional cost in transforming that space into a gala dinner, but typically we'd be looking at around, so between catering, AV and creating the space and venue hire, we're probably looking in the vicinity of about 120,000.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one question for Rebecca from me. Rebecca, how much does Massey actually put into the food awards?
Yeah, so our contribution to the food awards is in the operational servicing of the awards. So the staffing, the team that runs the program throughout the year. So it is underwritten, and that amount varies year to year in terms of additional funds that may need to go in. So the revenue that's generated for New Zealand Food Awards comes through ticket sales for the gala dinner, entries for the food awards, and then any sponsorship income. Obviously, to deliver those awards takes a considerable amount of people resource. So we would have the equivalent of 3 full-time staff working on that event throughout the year, balanced across other portfolios. So the team also looks after the likes of open days and graduations as well.
So what's the dollar value of that, please?
I couldn't give you a specific dollar value. I would guess in the vicinity of underwriting anywhere, maybe in the 30,000 range, underwriting actual costs, and then staffing costs potentially. I'm really giving a ballpark figure at the moment, just thinking about the different staff that are involved, maybe 150k.
Per annum?
Yes, correct.
So that'd be around about 200,000 per annum?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Zebulon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for you. At paragraphs 3.2 through to 3.4, you've sort of outlined what the sponsorship would bring us. Things like maintaining and developing relationships within the agri-food sector, supporting the region's role within the agri-food sector, etc. To my understanding, CEDA and to some extent our international relations team do quite a lot of heavy lifting in that area. So if we didn't sponsor this event, would we still have funding and programs towards those outcomes? Or is it contingent on us funding this event? No, I think as it is a sector of strength, there will always be connections in this space. You're right, through international relations and through CEDA. I think this just gives a different level of promotion to the food innovation space, and it gives, as Rebecca said, small producers, which I mentioned, Eat Kinder, who have succeeded through the awards, and obviously to the level of Fonterra, kind of a way to showcase their products. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kuru.
I'm just wondering, how is this event communicated to the community, and is it open to the community?
We do promote the fact that the event is in Palmerston North, and it through different channels, I guess. The hard thing is I don't know how many community may want to go, but that's obviously not assuming that they don't. Rebecca, do you want to speak maybe to the promotion of it?
Yeah, yep. So we have an extensive database that kind of exists across the food and beverage ecosystem. We work with a number of stakeholders in that space as well. And so in terms of promotion, we are reaching out through those channels, but we also have 2 media partners in Cuisine Magazine and FMCG Business. And so we're promoting the awards through those channels as well as through our direct channels. I think in terms of regional promotion, it's us working alongside the likes of Jess to make sure that that's going out through council channels, and then whatever networks we have within the Manawatu region by virtue of the relationships that we have with the university. I think visibility is something that that we would look to increase. We've questioned whether this is an industry event for people who are up for awards, or if this is an opportunity for people to come and network and collaborate. And we've really kind of got to a place where we think it's more the latter, that while we're celebrating the people who are there receiving the awards, it is a really important opportunity to be in the space with other people working in the same sector and to kind of understand some of the innovations and opportunities that are there. So I think as it's evolved, it's probably going more of a public facing event as well.
Sorry, I'd just like to add, when I mean I don't think that the public would be as interested in the day-to-day event, it's not, say, Esplanade Day, for example. We do have CEDA reaching out to their network of food businesses. So I guess we are getting out through the business community in that sense, going to those small places, small businesses that may not know about the awards and the value of it. So just fix that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Jess. Just on Councillor Kuru's question, and I've been to a few of these, not all of them, but a few. It is an industry event, but that's all parts of the industry, isn't it? So food rescues in that, because I'm aware Just Silch are regular attendees, and the New Zealand Sikh community, I think, it did the big, in Auckland, did the big food parcels around Auckland. They were part of it. Am I correct there?
Not aware that we had the Sikh community, but we've definitely had Kiwi Harvest has been part of the New Zealand Food Awards in the past, and our caterers in particular have a sustainability focus in terms of how they're creating that menu and where the waste goes. So yes, to that point.
Yeah, it might have been before you, Rebecca. I do remember the Sikh community were on
Sorry.
stage. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Rebecca. Just a question for you, Rebecca, given that you work at Massey University. Would you say Palmerston North has the highest profile in New Zealand for agri-food nationwide?
Correct. Yes. So that is our strength. That is what the university is known for in the Manawatu and nationwide. So if I think about the likes of our open days and the focus for students coming, it is primarily science focused, and agri-food is a really big part of that. If I think about field days, which is another one of our national reputational platforms, this is Massey's strengths, and those programs are specifically delivered in the Manawatu campus. So yes to that point.
Thank you. So would you say that Palmerston North, by virtue of the fact that we have the a really strong profile, is a hub, and do we attract beyond local and national? Do we go in, are people internationally interested in this, and what the hub can provide?
Sorry, about what the New Zealand Food Awards can provide, or what the agri-food hub, sorry.
What the sector can provide.
I think one of the goals for the New Zealand Food Awards is, and obviously for Massey University, is to kind of own that space in terms of national leadership around the agri-food space. And so while the New Zealand Food Awards are focused primarily on New Zealand products, although we have now evolved back into products for the export sector, I think they all contribute to shared goals. I think, obviously the university really wants to own that space, and that's important to New Zealand as a whole. We wouldn't have a strong economy without the agri-food sector.
Thank you, Rebecca. Much appreciated. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Rebecca. You've worked your way through a number of questions. Was just wanting to get a sense. I heard you describe it as at least primarily an industry award, and I just wanted to get a sense of what the industry collectively is contributing in terms of sponsorship or other support.
Yeah, that's a good question. So annually we set up a goal of around $115,000 in sponsorship, and so that could be category level sponsors right through to our strategic sponsors. That's a dollar value. We also have a significant amount of in-kind sponsorship, so that's our media partnerships, some of our venues and beverage sponsors as well are in-kind rather than a monetary value. Sorry, can you just ask the question again? I've just lost my train of thought.
No, that's really helpful to understand some of that. I was just really trying to understand then how, of that sponsorship envelope, how much of that is picked up or met by industry partners?
Yeah. So the monetary value of the sponsorship package is all through industry partners. So whether that be the likes of New Zealand Food Safety, MPI, Assure Quality. We've had the likes of Food HQ and New Zealand Food Innovation Network. So it is primarily focused, and it is at that kind of like industry representative level versus at a company level, because then it becomes a little bit difficult in terms of keeping the awards neutral. We've got to be really careful in terms of the sponsor family.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just one. Does Auckland Council put anything into this?
That is a very good question, and the answer is no currently, but the response is yes, they absolutely should. And those are conversations we should be having.
Why do you hold in Auckland 2 of the 3 years then if they're not putting anything in? If we're the food hub of New Zealand.
Yeah. So I think our partnership with Auckland Council is around the venue space. So the venues that we work in are Auckland Council owned venues, and so there would be a component of in-kind sponsorship versus direct monetary sponsorship. Why we're not going out and reaching out to them for sponsorship funding, I couldn't address that question. It's probably not something that's come up before, but it is a very good point.
Right, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is it too far out for the event team to start working out what other celebratory centenary events that your university would be planning for 2027?
If that's a question for me, the answer is no. It is absolutely not too far out. So we are working on a suite of events for 2027 as we speak. And that's across, obviously, we're at a national university. That's across our 3 campuses, as well as activity happening in the Manawatu region.
Okay, thank you. And so can I understand the opportunity just to kind of commit to 2 years to kind of see us through to the 27 year, or was it a commitment for 3 years now? Can I understand the time commitment?
So I think we've presented a 3-year commitment because that's the partnership that we've had last year, and part of that agreement is right of refusal. So while we would like a 3-year commitment, we would be happy to negotiate 2 years if that's something that the council would be open to having discussions around. Obviously, we'd like to maintain this relationship, but I understand that you've got to juggle priorities in terms of where that funding goes to as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Rebecca, and thank you also to you, Jessica, for presenting this report. There's no further questions. I will move into the deliberations. So as chair, I'm happy to move the recommendation 1, that the committee refers the continuation of the program 2446 of up to 64,000 over 3 years to support the New Zealand Food Awards as part of the annual budget 26-27 deliberations in May. I see this as a fair process to line up this request against every other program that would be up for consideration rather than decline it now. That would be my view. I'd look for a seconder before I speak further. Mr. Mayor's going to second that. I'd continue on with my arguments. One is strategically that we have a centre of food innovation, agri-food, as a sector, and this here aligns with that wider strategy for economic positioning. It's been raised that 100 years of Massey is a significant year for our founding campus, and I think to partner in this sector in this way, at least to that period, is a worthy partnership. That's one that's historical, that's worked through, and to leverage our investment further, I think, is some of the inquiry is how all the funds are split and what advantage the city actually gets, I think is quite wide and quite real. And I'm quite comfortable with the proposition as it sits now, but I believe there's more exposure and positioning that we can gain. And so for those reasons, I'd like to put that before us. The other one is just around, as again, the annual budget is where we start to position where things sit and our priorities overall, and I think it would be premature to decline it here and not against every other program. Mr. Mayor, did you want to speak now, or did you want to? Okay, I'll go to you next as the seconder.
Yeah, look, thank you, and colleagues, and acknowledge the university and staff that have put everything together here. Look, we've been a partner of this now for almost close to a decade, so why do we do it? And I think the answer is pretty simple. We are the leader in food innovation, food science. Many thousands of people are employed in the city under those sectors. In fact, I looked at the different pillars that it sort of supports, and it's innovation, food science, education. In the business sense, it backs our food manufacturing. It also backs our food logistics and food transportation sectors. The event has been Auckland-based, and there's a reason, because there's 1.7 million people in Auckland, and Massey have a campus there. Questions that some of you have asked, and they've been really good questions. Auckland City, we're a partner before Rebecca came on at Massey University, but the current mayor has decided that's not in their priorities. Also, there are other partners that are partners of ours. Woolworths New Zealand are a commercial partner there, one of the few, but they are, of course, they have a massive distribution centre here. Food safety, or MPI Food Safety, and of course, where's the New Zealand Food Safety Centre? It's in Palmerston North. The New Zealand Food Innovation Network, and what is their major piece of kit? It is the Food Pilot at Palmerston North. Where are the head judges? Palmerston North. In fact, Nikki Middleditch, who has presented, I think, at different times to us on different things, who's the head judge is here, lives in Palmerston North. But look, in terms of taking this out of different event budgets, and again, really reasonable questions, and we've had that many times. I think if you look at our events budget, and this is, I'm not going to suggest we do this now, but we do have to have a look at that budget. It's significantly less than other cities. So if you add up your economic, your arts and your sports spend, it's about 600,000. You add in some of the add-ons, let's say, and I'm rounding it up, not let down, is about 700,000. If you look at Nelson, if you look at New Plymouth, it's in excess of $1 million, in fact, north of $1 million. So I do think we're a little bit underdone. So this is the only way you can have a look at these budgets, or these events. So I'd also think if ever there was a time to support our university with a new Vice-Chancellor, with a refocus on food, we're seeing that, we're feeling that in the city. The buses are more full going out to Massey, the halls of residence are full again, the food technology degrees on going gangbusters. This is why we should be supporting it. We are paying ourselves too. Good questions from Councillor Wood around what is the economic value. I think the numbers were a bit underdone, and no disrespect to the staff and the university, but there's a lot more add-ons than, you know, people flying in, accommodation, even taxis. I mean, all of those things add up. But the big thing that is, we are supporting sectors that are domiciled here, that employ people. And it's one of our key partners, the university. So please, I think it's a priority, and I realise that some probably won't support this, but I say to those that are thinking about wavering, this is something we need to support. Massey are 100 years old too, in 2027, as are Fonterra, as are the DSIR, which is the Crown Research Institute. So if you want to show some support and value to that sector, which is gaining strength and rebounding, let's support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Let's be clear about what a council's core job is here. Roads, pipes, rubbish, and responsible financial management. Sponsoring the New Zealand Food Awards might sound glamorous. It might generate a few nice photos and a logo on a backdrop. But that doesn't make it prudent use of ratepayer money. We're not a marketing agency, we're not a hospitality lobby group, and we are certainly not flush with cash. At a time when our ratepayers and households are absorbing sustained rates increases, when families are cutting their discretionary spending, and when councils are facing infrastructure deficits, we need to use our discipline, not vanity sponsorships and corporate welfare. If the food sector sees commercial value in these awards, excellent. That's what private sponsorship exists for. Businesses that directly benefit should fund it. Ratepayers should not be underwriting industry promotion. Every dollar we allocate to branding exercises is a dollar we are not putting into core services or debt reduction. And when we're asking residents to accept higher rates because there's no alternative, we cannot simultaneously justify discretionary sponsorships that sit well outside our statutory obligations. If we want credibility when we talk about financial restraint, we have to model it. Sponsoring national awards programs, which aren't even held in our city 2 out of 3 years, might be nice to have, but I would argue it's not even that, but it's not good enough. Ratepayers expect focus and discipline, and they expect us to fund the essentials before funding extras. It's wrong to expect everyday people to fund a corporate fine dining experience for the wealthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Just firstly to acknowledge that food and innovation is a really important part of the activity that happens in our region, and there's definitely ways that we should be supporting that. And I think we do through many of our current, multi-million-dollar budgets in the economic development area. In terms of this specific dinner, there's no way of avoiding the fact that this is an extremely expensive, lavish dinner. And in my view, it just doesn't pass the sniff test or the front of the newspaper test. When you do the math of the $200,000 in answer to Councillor Harper's question, plus the over $100,000 worth of sponsorship that's being attracted for this. This is an over $300,000 dinner for less than 300 people. So we're talking about over $1,000 per person that it's costing for these people to come to this dinner. I think in the current economic environment, we need to look at better ways of celebrating success than over $1,000 per head type gala dinner. It's a big no from me for those reasons, but I did just want to give some rationale for my thinking. I can't go to the ratepayers and expect struggling ratepayers to subsidise an incredibly lavish dinner.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to preface my comments by saying, firstly, I'm not anti-Massey. I'm a Massey graduate. I want to preface it by saying I'm not anti the food industry. I believe I actually voted for this 3 years ago because I was open to seeing what the benefits would be. But here today, 3 years down the track, do I regret that vote? Yes, I do, because I don't see the benefit outlined in this report that we were promised. Low of me to question Councillor Naylor's maths, but I think you actually undercooked it, Councillor, because you have $200,000 from Massey, plus $61,000 of ticket sales, plus $40,000 of PNCC sponsorship, plus $100,000 of industry input. So that is $400,000 to put on a dinner that costs $120,000. So where all of that's going, I truly don't know. For me, the kicker with this is that Auckland Council doesn't sponsor it, for one, as the city that hosts it 2 of the 3 years. If we were the leaders of food innovation, food science, with the head of food safety here and the judges here, then why on earth is it not held here every year? I'd be open to a conversation. If they wanted to say we want to bring this event to Palmerston North every year, make this our headquarters, I'd be open to that discussion. But I'm not particularly interested if we're funding Auckland, but Auckland's not willing to fund us, particularly given their scale as a city and their budgets. But more than that, for the primary economic benefit to our city, to be 60 people come from out of town, I wouldn't have included the $84,000 economic benefit figure either, because for 64 grand to generate $84,000 of economic benefit in the city, it's not enough. We debated in this chamber not only a couple of weeks ago bringing the squash international tournament here, and I said to you, councillors, I hadn't had a personality transplant, that I will weigh each and every funding request on the merits of the information provided in that request, and that event brings us global coverage, thousands of people coming to our city, hundreds of athletes coming to our city for less money than this. And so if you want to spend $64,000, councillors, put it into any of our other event funds and it will multiply far, far, far greater than what's being proposed here with this event today. I do take issue that it is a corporate industry event, that even if a member of the general public did want to go, it would cost them $240. It's not like we're sponsoring it to provide a subsidy to make it more accessible. We do sometimes do that. But at $240 a person, a ratepayer struggling to eat their home isn't going to be able to afford that. So to me, we support Massey in many ways, and I'm not saying we shouldn't support Massey. We work with them and partner with them on Wild Base. We're actively partnering with them to fund a new artificial football turf. We're providing grants for their Broadwalk developments and other civic support throughout the year. But it is not unprecedented from our end or from Massey's end that when our city's priorities change or the university's priorities change, that we can reconsider. Massey withdrew funding for the Artisan Residence and Summer Shakespeare just within the last 3 years because their priorities changed and their financial situation changed. And so I'm sure that Massey can appreciate that when the boot's on the other foot with council, that we have to make the same prudent financial decisions based on our balance sheet and based on the interests of our ratepayers and constituents. And so for that reason, given the wealth of sponsorship and support provided outside of the council alongside the ticket sales, I can't see this being the defining point as to whether the event goes ahead or not, given it's a $120K dinner with $400,000 of income coming in, or in-kind support. And so for that reason, I am unable to support this today, and I'd encourage councillors that if this fails, I'm happy to move option 2. On the chair's point of we should consider it alongside the annual budget, I see where you're coming from, Mr. Chair, and certainly they're welcome to come back and make a submission to annual budget, but I've never been of the view that we should just blindly refer any request that comes our way to the annual budget for it to be dealt with then. I think at some point there is value in our committees and there's purpose in our committees making a judgment call on whether or not this is something that we believe would be worthy of special consideration, and in my view, it is not.
Thank you. Councillor Kuru.
I am completely on the fence about it because I see the benefit of having the dinner here in terms of our agricultural sector and how important it is for them. Also, they are members of our community, so those people, lots of agricultural people live around here. So I support that, but I also see that ratepayers are struggling at the moment, and would our money be better spent in other places? So on the fence at the moment, so I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too supported this last time it came around, and I certainly support the university in our city. But I recently had a senior in our city crying on my shoulder because she didn't know how she was going to pay her rates. So for that reason, I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Rebecca and Jessica. I want to first of all state that I believe our strategic partnership with the New Zealand Food Awards continues to deliver value for Palmerston North, reputation-wise, business and financially. as highlighted in section 2.8, Palmerston North City Council has gained significant national visibility through on-the-ground activity, digital reach and media exposure. Importantly, this partnership also gives us a right of reply or refusal for the 2026 awards, keeping Palmerston North front and centre of a major national program. I too, and I'm pleased Councillor Wood had mentioned it, believe that we should be hosting every year. That would be something, Rebecca, that I think would be fantastic. However, I do know what you mentioned about Auckland in terms of like the scale, the population, a third of the population live up there, and the venues, of course, are quite stunning. However, I know Palmerston North has stunning venues, and we're the place where people should come. In section 2.9, it states a clear link to Massey University, which attracts hundreds, if not thousands of people to our city. And of course, we've been asked to consider this, and this is all it is, 64,000 to be considered over 3 years to support in our deliberations in May. I don't, like the chair had mentioned, I don't see any issue to raise it in May. We can possibly get more information. But I know that people who come here to Palmerston North who work in this industry, in this sector, are highly professional people who add to our global reputation of being a knowledge city. Secondly, they bring families. Those families are in our schools. When people come here, whether it be for a night, and I'm talking about the awards, so I'm not even worried about the dinner, I'm talking about the fact that you're holding a stellar national event. We're talking about supporting people. I don't want those families to go to Auckland and transfer up there because Auckland's supporting them better than we are down here. I think it's really important that we are acknowledging that partnership. And sure, we already have benefited greatly from our relationship, our partnership with Massey University, and they're putting in a huge amount, a significant amount, along with those in the industry. So continuing to support our positions, Palmerston North features strongly, if not the best, we know the best, in the national agri-food landscape. For agri-food science, innovation, research density, and the national strategic importance, Palmerston North has the strongest overall profile in New Zealand. And it touches on many things. Like an octopus, the tentacles are everywhere. So hosting this event is more than just a dinner. My goodness, far more than a dinner. I'm thinking about those families who have come with their mothers or fathers to this sector. I'm thinking about the reputation that Palmerston North is a hub for innovation, for food, agri-food innovation. This has a potential for far more than what we're looking at. I don't want us to look at it from a narrow perspective, and we're just saying, let's look at it in greater depth than May. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm on the horns of the dilemma. I've listened to the debate and I've swayed my mind 2 or 3 different ways. I look at this and we're looking at putting $64,000 in for a dinner at Palmerston North for 1 year. It's a 3-year considerations, and 2 years in Auckland and 1 year in Palmerston. How much is the Auckland City Council putting into it? I didn't pick that up. It's not in the report. But yet they get it for 2 years. I think about the ratepayers in Palmerston North who could never in a million years afford to go to this dinner. Well, I couldn't. Should the ratepayers of Palmerston North be subsidising a lavish dinner? I don't know what they're having. It must be crayfish and whitebait, oh goodness me. The mind boggles. I really can't support it. I'm sorry. I look at it both ways. I see it's good for Palmerston North, but it's not good for the Palmerston North ratepayers. We have just zilch attend. They probably got a free ticket and she probably enjoyed herself there. And they're looking after the poorest people in Palmerston North. How many of them even considered looking at it or even knew what was going on? I don't think the city and the ratepayers of the city should be supporting such lavishness. It's not what we're here for. I'm sorry.
Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and colleagues, and similarly feel quite torn on this, to be honest. I've spent a quarter century out near Massey University doing science on the other side of the farm gate, and appreciate that this region has a hard-won reputation for being a center for science, food innovation, etc. So I get that. Absolutely want to see a huge recognition of the centenary, etc. Where I stumble on this is around that it is primarily an industry awards. Really pleased to hear that Woolworths is starting to get on the hook. That's great. Foodstuffs was recently reported as making in profit $1 million a day. That's $1 million today, tomorrow, the day after. And so I'm left to think that surely an awards that has this much value, that traces its heritage back to a district that invented much of the technology that enables those hundreds of millions of dollars of profit, could attract some of that investment back from the industry in recognition of that. So where I'm leaning on this is towards no. The question that's in my head is whether it's no today or no in May, and still working through that one a little bit, acknowledging we don't have a couple voices in the room today. But yeah, public money, a lot of what was identified as the quote-unquote industry investment there traces back to MPI, which is tax money, traces back to Food HQ, which is quite a bit of public money again. So I think the industry as such has an opportunity here, and I'd like to see that opportunity pursued.
Thank you. Councillor Hapeta.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do think that Massey should be putting more in, and that, thank you, Rebecca, for speaking to us today, but I do think that Massey should be getting more sponsorship from industry partners. And as Councillor Wood pointed out, trying to get more out of Auckland, because there is a lot more sponsorship in Auckland, and that's where this should be looking at, because it is hosted in Auckland for 2 years. So there is a responsibility on Massey to do more, to get more sponsorship out of Auckland, to build up the funds for the awards from Auckland. But at the end of the day, I have sat on the fence on this, like Councillor Kuru. You have got a partnership with Massey, and I go with the partnership. So my vote will go with the partnership. My vote will go with the yes, and I will support the partnership.
Thank you. Now, moving into my right of reply, as there's no further speakers, can I make the point again that all we're doing in the recommendation before us is referring it to the annual plan. It's not committing to any money just yet, and to weigh it up against every other request that we get to consider. Step back, we have economic strategic focus and strengths in our region, and one of them particularly is around food innovation and agri-food. We sit and have committed to that year on year as a focus. This sits within it, and as a year-long program, not just the dinner is the finale of a year-long program of promotion that gets featured, which has been mentioned in the Cuisine magazine and other advertising opportunities, positioning Palmerston North's association and hosting periodically as part of that, I think lifts our profile and sits quite neatly in that space. Not to mention, in this next period, Massey are going to be celebrating 100 years, and being mentioned Fonterra and the research institutes equally, been aligned with that, and I think that there has a prominence and special recognition for us to be involved with the opportunity to host the awards in the city on that 100-year centenary. I think that's worthy of further consideration. This is a national event, and we don't get many, and the reality is regional cities like us have to work quite hard even to pitch, let alone secure, these type of national awards to be in the spotlight and the key strengths, and ours is food tech. And actually, food is competitive, and why Auckland may host it, other cities are also doing activity in that space, so that's probably a lesser point I want to make. But when we're looking at roads, pipes, bricks and mortar and the like, I think councils do have a responsibility to actually step outside and work out what makes a city go. And I bring it back to the very first point, economic strategic strengths is where we focus on to create jobs, create employment opportunities and wealth for our region. So they're my summary points. And I'd now like to invite the vote. That is lost, 5 votes for and 7 against. Do we miss a vote? Can we, who's missing on that, just to give it? 4 or against? We'll just add it. Do you want to vote for or against? 4. Doesn't change the outcome. It's 6 votes for and 7 against. Good with that? Did you want to move that? Councillor Wood's been queued. I'm just getting to him. Councillor Wood?
Well, thanks, Mr Chair. Just as I indicated in my speech, I'm happy to move to that we decline the request to sponsor, and I've had an indication from Councillor Fitzgerald he's happy to second. I don't think we need to speak further.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. And I agree, I don't think there's any reason to vote, to speak again on this issue. Let's invite the vote on 2. That's passed 7 votes for and 5 against. There's a missing vote again, is there? Oh, is it? Would you be for? You're red, so that would be 7 votes for and 6 against. Doesn't change the outcome. That is passed. Thank you. That moves us to our next item. Item 9. Can I invite Amy Bastillo and Desiree Varga as the Internal Auditor Business Assurance Advisor and the Manager for Legal Risk and Assurance Legal Counsel to the table to present this item, which is the Business Assurance Accountability Report. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Mr Chair, Councillors, Desiree Viggers, Manager Legal Risk and Assurance, and I wanted to introduce Emmy Bastillo to you today. She is our new Internal Auditor and Business Assurance Advisor, and she'll be a regular feature for this committee and has actually done the legwork to get the accountability report to you, all of the checking and testing behind the scenes. So we'll be taking over this report as we go through the year. This is the first accountability report for the triennium, and since we had it last year, it may have been around June, there are 71 items that we are still tracking. 24 have been completed since we were last here, and that there are 47 we have some ongoing monitoring on and some updates in the report. Hopefully we've got the managers here to answer any questions, but thank you.
Thank you. Open up the floor if there are any questions. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. There was just one question I had around the health and safety review on page 53 of our agenda, or 7 of that paper. Under the second item, which is develop a health and safety framework, the management update is that this project is now sitting with marketing and going through its final review, and I'm just wondering why that work would go to marketing and who it is that we're marketing to for our health and safety framework.
The reason that it's with marketing is just to put it in terms of the agreed way that we present policies. So I'm not sure what it's looking like, but when I did see the original version, it wasn't in the right format. So I don't think it's a major job. Jess might be able to give you a bit more insight.
Sarah Morris, GM People and Capability. So the health and safety framework is nearly fully cooked. It has gone to marketing. We have that back and it's going to SLT for a final review on the 17th of March. So it is very, very close to being fully complete.
Thank you. Do all our policies go to marketing for work?
No, they don't. This one is quite a comprehensive framework though, so it...
Jessica Papple, Marketing Manager. So we get a lot of different things in the marketing team, so specifically the designers. So sometimes it's about taking documents that might not be quite as accessible for our community and making them accessible. So could be simple things like ensuring we've got good colour ratios, good font sizes and stuff like that. So the marketing team does include the designers. So that's what we're referring to in this sense.
And can I just ask, the purpose of the health and safety framework, is that an internal document for within council operations, or is that an external facing document for the community?
Sarah Morris again. It is primarily an internal facing document with 3 different layers, but it is used and referenced for our external contractors, for example. So it has slightly broader reach than just staff.
Okay, thanks, that's all from me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in the same space around the health and safety stuff, there's some commentary there around not using an off-the-shelf solution for the
and put it back as in progress or something else. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
just there's 5 saying the same thing. One of them's to do with an HR system. So, just trying to understand.
Yes, so I haven't received documentation around that or a walkthrough of the system that has been implemented. So I'd be interested to see how that system actually works.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, team. Just one question. I found it striking reading this report that 14 actions are behind their previously agreed date and a further 23 actions are behind their initially agreed date, some up to 4 years behind when it was initially agreed to be completed. Is that acceptable? Why is that?
Since the last report, there has been a serious push by SLT and third-tier managers to get as much of this done as we possibly can, but we have to prioritise, and I guess that's what you're seeing is the result of what we've been able to prioritise to get completed and what we haven't.
And so is that as a result of not having a person in the role pursuing these that we used to have?
Can be a range of reasons.
Okay, so I look on page 10, financial delegations. Those were meant to be done in August 2022. It's now March 2026. How is it possible that something can be 4 years behind its initially agreed date?
We have actually done some work on the financial delegations and they're regularly updated and reassessed for relevance. Sorry. Oh, hello, Hannah.
Morena tātou, simply a matter of prioritisation of staff time. Desiree's comment is accurate in that there has been significant progress on the delegations work. You'll notice we brought something on delegations to you up to twice a year over the last triennium, and we'll continue to do that. The paper that was due to you in December is written. It's sitting on my desk and it will be to you in March. So progress is happening, but it is always being prioritised around other workloads.
Okay. And so my final question then is, going forward with 37 actions well behind when they were supposed to be delivered, can we have confidence that, how much confidence can we have that these will get delivered within the time, even the revised time frames that they've been provided? Can we be confident, or is there still a resourcing issue we need to be aware of, is probably what I'm trying to ask.
GM.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. It's a good question. I guess in revising those dates, we are asking for our officers to be as realistic as they can be. Can I say that all of them will be met by the new revised dates? That would be very hard to predict that 100%, because, as you know, if there is something that occurs whilst they're doing the work and they actually have to do further work beyond what they thought with the action item, that might push something out, for argument's sake. And you'll see in a number of actions as well, there are a number of actions that are intertwined and dependent on one another. So clearing through one or two of them will clear through 5 or 6 or more. So it just depends on the nature of what's the actual bit that's holding it up.
Appreciate that. So is there an issue behind the scenes that councillors need to be aware of? Because seeing this kind of report indicates to me there's a problem. Is there something we need to be aware of for our decision making in terms of this function? I
can't answer that for all areas. What I can say is these actions will be in varying stages of completeness, and so yeah, I can't hand on heart give you an answer for all areas, except to say that these are a priority for us. The senior team certainly are pushing for these to be completed. What I would say is there has been through previous reviews and work schedules, there were quite a large number of items, and we've continually added to them as opposed to perhaps focused on getting through the items that are in front of us, so that also has a bearing.
All right, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kudu.
I've just got a question around the emergency management. Do we have a collated or collective response with other first responders, and where do we sit in that frame? And do we feel confident?
Kia ora, Kerry Probert, General Manager, Development and Regulatory. Councillor, can I please ask you to repeat that question?
Do we have a collective or collated response with other emergency providers, like say FENS or?
So we, our emergency management team work very closely with the emergency management group, which is a group run by Horizons. Regional Council includes councils from all the areas of within that region, and recently an exercise was held. We also have regular meetings with lifelines, power companies and so on and so forth. Obviously, our mayor attends regular meetings in terms of emergency management, but also our chief executive works very closely and attends a regular quarterly meeting, which is across the regional council. So in short, on all levels, from the governance level through to the operational level, we endeavour to work really closely with our colleagues across the sector.
Thank you. And the other question I've got is with the digitalisation of all of these, I think it was the wellbeing one on here, does that mean we require less staff? So it's taking out a chunk of work?
Sarah Morris, GM People and Capability. Sorry, Councillor, I didn't catch all of your words. If you could repeat your question, please.
So to develop a worker competency framework which includes assessments, etc., training, knowledge and experience, I see we're digitalising all of that stuff and we're making some sort of framework. Does that require less staffing?
No, it doesn't, actually. It simply makes the delivery of the competencies, the training and the review and reporting faster and more visible, but it won't directly lead to a reduction in staff.
Okay, and then just one more question. What happens with the people's information when it's stored? Does it leave with the person if they leave?
Sorry, say the very last bit, does it leave?
If the staff was to leave, do we hold their information or is it deleted?
So certain information we do hold for a period of time. If a staff member did not want their personal information held, they absolutely could request that we removed it. At this point in time, we don't proactively do that.
Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you very much for presenting this item. As Chair, I'm happy to move the recommendation before us that the committee receive the memorandum titled Business Accountability Report presented to the 4th of March 2026. And that is seconded by Councillor Naylor. Open it up for any comments or debate. The Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to respond to actually Councillor Kuru. We just had a Civil Defence Emergency Management joint meeting yesterday and we signed off the joint regional plan. So there is very much holding hands in that space. There's no way a city of our size could defend itself against all the issues because, as you know, probably flood is our biggest risk, followed secondly behind earthquakes. But we need the support of everybody, including our neighbours, including our region colleagues, including built assets, including FENS, police, defence, all of those peoples, and emergency response. So it's very joined up, so please be assured that there's probably, in fact, in the 10 years I've been in that role, it's probably the most joined up it's ever been, which is really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to labour the point from my questions, but I think it would be remiss of me not to note that there was a decision made a few years ago to no longer have an independent business assurance function in this organisation. There was a decision made that I know myself and many of my colleagues continue to not be comfortable with, and I don't leave after reading this report feeling very assured. I mean, you only have to look at page 53 to see, first action was due 2 years ago, the second action was due 3 years ago, the third action was due 3 years ago, the sixth action was due 3 years ago, The 7th action was due, 7th has been complete, apologies. The 8th action was due 3 years ago. So it doesn't fill me with confidence that when we have year on year delays in terms of delivering our business assurance reports, that our senior management team can't answer the question of, are they concerned and why is this happening? So I'm not saying I know what the answer is, but it is an area certainly I, and I know many of my colleagues would like to see a focus from our senior management team on answering the question of why is this taking so long. If it's a resource question, then it's a resource question. If it's a capability question, it's a capability question. If it's a workload question that we're simply funneling too much in, then we need to make a decision about what is important and needs to get done versus what isn't important and can be delayed. But perpetual delay on core business assurance work, I don't think is a good enough answer to this problem. And so if you want councillors to have confidence that we're heading in the right direction in this space, I would like to see some answers as to why we haven't been heading in the right space previously and what's being done to fix that.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I must say I felt quite a bit like Councillor Wood when I looked at the summary table and some of the dates in there and reflected on some of it, but would temper that feeling with wishing to acknowledge that, you know, as staff said, they have made a push. Recently, and I was actually pleased in working through the detail at seeing a number of items that had actually been closed out. What I would ask is that that's not just a one-off push, that that is a sustained lift in tempo so that we actually do clear this. It is concerning that we have a number of items that, you know, not only are quite old, but have been reforecast a number of times. So that can has been kicked, and then it's been kicked, and then it's been kicked, and then it's been kicked, and it's quite far down the road now, and I would like to see up-tempo and making sure that we're actually clearing these and take the points from staff on board in terms of how they're approaching that. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments. I'm happy now to take the vote. That is passed, 12 votes for and 2 against. Members, it's my intention to go through till 1 o'clock. If we can continue conducting business, whether we get there or not to complete the order paper will mean whether we come back after lunch. But we're going to move into item 11 and 12, which will take together, being the health and safety report for the 1st of July to 30th of September for the first quarter, and the second quarter report together. Presenting this report is Sarah Morris, GM for People and Capability, and Danny Kidd, who is Health and Safety. I invite you to come and present these reports. Can I also note, elected members, to keep questions to a high level unless we need to move to part 2. If you could indicate if there is something that you wanted to delve into, which we'll need to do subsequently. Otherwise, we can accept the information being received and may not need to go into part 2 as with the intention behind that, but not limiting that in any way. Welcome.
Good morning. So I'm Danny Kidd. I'm the Health and Safety Advisor for Infrastructure. And I'll just be presenting this report today for health and safety. Yeah. So as you'll see, reporting critical risk number 1 is still frontline working, is still accounting for a large portion of the reports. We're still working on this with frontline awareness and situational awareness training, duress alarm training, safety plan training. Yeah, so this is ongoing, obviously. Also, we've been doing things like investigation training with a select group of health and safety reps, just to increase their capability and empower them to be able to take the next step with things. Other things like maintaining our Safe Plus Gold accreditation for our processors through the operations. And yeah, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. We have a question from Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Danny and Sarah, for the reports. Obviously, and you've drawn attention to this in the report, the frontline working is a major source of critical risk. And I noticed that there's quite a lot of, I guess, individual focused responses on, you know, more training in this situation, more cameras in this situation, etc. But at any stage, are we taking a kind of a more of a helicopter view of the risks of frontline working and seeing if we need to make some systematic changes? Because this is a risk that, you know, over the last few years has got, I would say, worse more or less quarter on quarter. And at what point is it going to get to the stage where it's not just about more training for staff in individual areas or in individual risk categories of that, but we take some kind of more of a generalised systematic change that we can do that would help more people?
Yeah, so as I say, the increase in reporting as well as on the front line thing has some of that increase is because of the staff being more aware of what to report as well. Things that previously they may have just brushed off, now they know. Yes, we have the training, but also we have other things going on. Like we've had a security audit of, say, like the front of house, the library, and the sort of the building, the situations that the staff are in, so that can be looked at. There's reports from that have gone to focus groups with the workers in those areas, so that they can work through as well what's the best solutions for these like situations and what they're in, rather than a sort of it's got to be a staged approach, like looking at the whole picture. And yes, the initial thing was to train people, is to put security in place so that we know that they've got the awareness and they're safe, and then there's more steps to come in behind that.
If I could just amplify what Danny's spoken about here, we have, so what we've seen in the last 6 months, we have employed us, well, it's not a staff employee, we've contracted out for a security guard at front of house. We have looked at when our staff are confronted with these particular incidents, it is members of the general public, and actually it's, to be fair, it's a handful of those people. So the security guard has been quite important in the front of house staff feeling protected in moving these people out of our spaces if we need to do that from a health and safety perspective. So that's been very valuable in actual fact, and our staff have got a lot more confidence in their personal safety for having that external person there. The other thing that we've done is we've taken a lot of effort to make sure that the staff themselves are actually empowered in controlling their space. So front of house is another good example, where instead of them thinking something's happening, I need to call health and safety, the training we've given them gives them the confidence. You push the duress arm, you take control of your situation, you can lock down your part of the organisation, and you are the people that choose when you feel safe enough to open that up again. And we have seen that playing out with specific incidences. So I feel that you do hear a lot about the training. It is definitely paying off. The security guard is a big assistance, and as you'll see further down in the report, we have reviewed the security advisor position that we have at council, and that is taking a greater responsibility for CCTV, how we respond to situations, the workflow between an incident happening and communication through or to the call centre and back to staff and back to senior management. So we are taking some steps that have to date demonstrated a difference in the safety of our frontline staff.
Okay, thank you for that, Sarah and Danny. I do note that the report, it says, the report itself says on page 112 that there is a noticeable rise in both severity and scale, marked by heightened aggression in Q2. So it's not just increased reporting, there is actually an increase in incidents. Is that fair?
So I would say yes, it is fair. It is still a small number of people with the threatening behaviour, but the severity of some of the incidents has gone up. So we can perhaps talk about that in part two, but yeah.
Okay. So you say in response to that, there's now a security guard at front of house. What about the library? What about staff out in parks? What about the parking wardens?
Yeah, so because of the success of the stationary security guard at front of house, so this is at SLT for a discussion, and we've had our preliminary discussion. We're looking at a roving security guard as well to go between our central city sites. So walking around, perhaps we talk about this a bit more in part two as well. In terms of our park staff, for example, we have looked at their personal protective equipment. So that's not what they're wearing; it's their devices to be able to communicate. Incidents that are happening. Danny, I think, actually did quite a significant review with Selwyn across all different aspects of what we call our lone worker and frontline worker situations. And where we're at with that is, if you're a parks person, your requirements are slightly different, for example, to recycling centre. So we're looking at the bespoke way. What are the tools that particular part of the organisation needs for the staff members to be safe and secure? Another thing that we've done is we've employed a CHUB service, so that there is an instant non-council emergency request that can go out, and that has also proven to be quite effective in their response times and in giving the staff the confidence that there is someone that's going to respond if they have an incident.
Okay. Are we doing enough?
That's such a hard question, isn't it? We are doing a lot more than we did 12 months ago. What we are doing is having a noticeable and measurable impact in a positive direction. Could we do more? This is one of those situations where there are many layers to health and safety, and as we peel back the layers and resolve some of them, without a doubt there'll be something else we need to address. We're doing a lot more than perhaps some other councils around the country. It's critical risk number one for a reason, because it is absolutely top of mind.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kurdu.
I'm going to ask this from a sort of a different perspective. I've talked to quite a few people in the community that have frustrations with front of house staff, and I was wondering, a lot of the frustration from what I've seen or heard is around front of house not having the answer to questions. So do we have a strategy to minimise frustration and upskill staff, or potentially have frontline staff who have an area of specialty or a system that would give them access to information?
I'll take this one. So we do. So part of our digital transformation program has been around our contact with our community, and that's focused to date on the contact centre. When if you ring in, you get a certain response. That information is also, that access to that system is also for front of house. Not to get too technical, the ability for them to find the information they need to resolve people's queries is again much better than it was 12 months ago. We do have some specialist staff that do sit down at front of house in Kerry Lee's area around the building, particularly the building spaces. That has, so double-edged sword here, that is really successful, but when we've had these incidents of people coming into front of house and being threatening, that has meant that there is a natural human reluctance to put yourself in that particular situation. But I take your point on board, and we can certainly...
Yes, sorry, I've got 50 million questions, I'm so sorry. The other one I was just wondering is if we have people that are experienced or skilled working with people with disabilities, illiteracy, or people that don't understand our processes, because it does increase frustration levels.
Yeah, absolutely. So absolutely yes, but do we do enough in that area? Absolutely not. So our front of house staff in general are actually really, really talented people, and they're very good with our lovely community. We do everything we can so I'll give you an example. Do we do anything different if someone who's perhaps neurodiverse comes in and needs a different approach to a problem? I can't hand on heart say that we do. I can hand on heart say that that's part of the wellbeing team's project of work, the neurodiversity in the workplace piece. So more to do. Can we improve? Yes. I don't think it's our current team. It's not a team member issue for current staff specifically.
And the other questions I have, so I was just having a look at the parking stuff, and I've had heaps of feedback about this. Are we using our level of discretion? So I've had quite a few people contact me about giving people parking tickets outside of funerals in crowded sports grounds where there's no parking. So I've been down there to look, it's overflowing. Do we, and also in places like the Highbury Whānau Centre where there's low socioeconomic people, so it's sort of increasing barriers to people and to kids. Do we use our discretion when giving tickets, or are we encouraged to sometimes give discretion?
So I'm going to handball that one to Kerry Lee, who looks after the parking team.
The hospital pass it.
Kia ora, Kerry Lee, General Manager, Development and Regulatory. The challenge we have is that when parking officers are called to a site, or requests have come from the public for them to attend a site to deal with parking issues, they can't tell by looking at a vehicle where the vehicle owner is attending. So although the vehicles might be outside an event, they can't be sure that the person who drove that vehicle is in the event. So that limits their ability to apply any discretion, and keeping in mind that for events outside of the city, they're generally attending because another customer has made a complaint, and it's their role to respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Front of house has been mentioned a lot. Where is in the city, what facility has the highest number of incidents, please?
In terms of council facilities, so it does shift around a little bit. Sometimes it is the youth space. We can get a bit of action there. Front of house recently has been quite busy, if you like, but again, it is a handful of people, and we have protocols that we use to deal with that. But it takes, a visit or two for us to be able to, use those triggers. They would be the two busiest ones. The libraries tend to have more disorderly behaviour than threatening behaviour, for example. So there's a bit of variability. The eyesight toilets, again, attracts a slightly different type of antisocial behaviour. So in winter it's different, it's quite seasonal, so there are variations. I would say that there's none of those sites are less worthy than others of the attention of, for example, roving security or support. I'm not sure that answers really your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, and my apologies, Sarah, but a few times in answer to Councillor Johnson's question, you said perhaps we could talk further about that in part 2. Noting the reasons for us going into part 2 are prejudice of the supply of similar information or endangering of a person, why would a conversation about SMT's thoughts on what we could do with a roaming security guard need to be in part 2?
Good question, because so if you look at this in the same lens, you look at cybersecurity, the more you share openly, there's potentially creating the risk that you're trying to avoid. So we're at the stage with some of those questions where we are still exploring our options, and to say this is what we're exploring right now would end up limiting our options. However, it doesn't mean that in future that wouldn't be in an open.
Well, okay, but under the grounds for going into part 2 for this report, that's not one of the reasons we can move into it. So from the security perspective, our staff are. It's not one of the listed grounds. Apologies. I'm not saying you couldn't list it, but for that report, I'm just trying to understand if that's appropriate. I haven't had this situation come up in council before. Mr. Chair, I might.
Okay, I'm not going to make a ruling on it necessarily. It's an inquiry. But can I just say, happy to go into part 2 if members wanted to go in a deeper level than having the higher level that's been outlined. And if so, my procedure that would do that is just hold off on the vote of this and defer it to after the work schedule and then come back into part 2 if we need to. I'm not going to close the meeting down right here at this point, but I'm giving you the opportunity. That's how I'm intending to progress it. But your inquiry, I'm not intending to rule on it because I think it's one that best I don't. Is that okay? Did you want any other further response to that? Okay. Councillor Marshall-Lobb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ngā mihi kia kōrua. Just in terms of health and safety, within city councils within our country, is there somewhere where you would say that's best practice, and do we sort of explore what they're doing, the best practices, and do we have a matrix for the best practice, and how far off are we of it? Thank you.
So multiple parts to that question. So is there a city that or a council that would have best practice? We haven't found one. It's extremely complex, and what we find is depending on your environment in which you're operating, you will do better in some areas than others. So is there a singular point for best practice? Not within, I wouldn't go to a council for that. I would be looking to WorkSafe, for example, for the guidance. We do work, you know, we share information and we share opportunities, and we have conversations with other councils around the country, so we do keep our eye on what other councils are doing. We are a small metro. We have slightly different, different posture to the large metros, and again the district councils. Again, our measure of success will be using the WorkSafe guidance and their support and their their surveys that you can do to test yourself. We are constantly on the look for things. What the reality is, we address the issues that are in front of us, and they tend to be reasonably reactionary. So we tend to focus on those areas such as the frontline risks, such as security in the first place. Do we have a matrix? No, we don't. Is that something we should do? Yes, we will. How that exactly looks, I can't say. I could say that we could probably have that done in the next, would give us 6 months by the time we get through the health and safety framework in bits and pieces, but I think it's an excellent idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zebulon.
Thank you. I just had one specific question about one of the items listed on page 115, which is one of the bullet points under asset failure, specifically the staff lift operating dangerously, dropping, jolting, not level with the floor upon exiting. And I just noticed that the corrective action listed there was situation is being monitored. And I just wondered, to what extent is monitoring a corrective action, and is there more to it?
Yeah, so the monitoring is obviously only part of it. It's being monitored by the team. If there's anything wrong with it, obviously the technicians come in, they look at it, they service it. They can't always recreate the issue. So in that particular case, it's constantly monitored, just so that if anything is going wrong with it or anything, that it's reported to the technician straight away, and then they come and repair it. It's not just like, oh, we'll just watch it and see what happens.
So we don't know what's wrong with it exactly from that, or we're not able to repair it so that it doesn't do this at all?
Well, they come in and service it, and then the qualified technician will do whatever they need to do and sign it off as being serviceable. I couldn't tell you exactly what's wrong with it or not.
I can give you an example that is mentioned here, which is when the lift is not level with the floor upon exit. The technicians do come in and they do correct that, but it seems to, sort of fall out of alignment again over a period of time. It could literally be an age situation. However, it is obviously reported here because it is literally a health and safety issue for us. the monitoring isn't post-incident, it is ongoing, yeah.
Okay, so some people, like using that lift may experience it just drop.
Yeah, well, so it's not a horror movie. It might sort of it might not stop, you know, evenly, and it might correct itself a little bit more. I can't tell you how often that might happen, but I'm happy to look into this a bit more if you want a bit more information.
That'd be nice, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you presenting this item. Can I ask members, just was there any inquiry that we wanted to go deeper into part 2? Or are we happy with that being just for information? Happy with that. Thank you. We will move into the vote then. I'm going to move from the Chair 1 and 2 that the committee received the memorandum titled Health Report 1st of July to the 30th of September 25, Quarter 1, presented to the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee on the 4th of March 26. And 2, that the committee received the memorandum titled Health and Safety Report 1st of October through to the 31st of December 25, Quarter 2, presented to the Finance, Performance and Audit Committee on the 4th of March 2026, seconded by Councillor Naylor. Open it up for any comments or debate. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Yep, just following my questions, I do want to make it clear, and I'm sure I'm pretty much speaking for all elected members on this matter, that we want to be sure that our staff are as safe as possible at work. And when we see increase in frontline working incidents quarter on quarter, more or less, we are looking to see that staff have kind of taken a step back and done something different. There's got to be a point at which further training for staff isn't really the answer. So I am pleased to hear about the security guard at front of house and potential for further other security advisor positions. And I just want to emphasise that as elected members, you know, that's the sort of thing that we are looking for. I'm not looking to just have a report every quarter on how bad things are and how staff are being trained in de-escalation. I'm actually looking to see that practical steps have been taken as much as possible to protect staff, because I don't want to be reading more and more incidents of our staff being verbally abused, assaulted, etc. So I just want to make that really, really clear that we expect practical steps to be taken to protect staff, not just the onus being put on staff to do more training. So I'm making that as clear as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll also be very clear, I do not support health and safety reporting being moved into part 2. Health and safety is not commercially sensitive. It is not strategy, it is governance, and that's our core responsibility. This is my second term on council, and I've watched these numbers rise year after year. They're not flattening, they're climbing. That is not a small issue. That is not an anomaly. That is a red flag flapping in our city's wind. These incidents represent aggression, intimidation, and antisocial behaviour directed at frontline staff and members of the public. If we push this reporting into part 2, what message are we sending? That these numbers and incidents are too uncomfortable to discuss? That would rather manage perception than confront reality? Transparency builds trust. Concealment damages it. And I say this plainly and sincerely, if we ignore what the data is telling us, it's only a matter of time before somebody is seriously hurt. At that point, I'll not be debating reporting formats, we'll all be answering for inaction. Our job is not to protect optics, our job is to protect people. Council facilities are public spaces, they are not consequence-free spaces. If someone cannot behave appropriately, they should lose access for a defined period of time. That's not harsh, that is real-world accountability. Compassion and support services matter, absolutely. But without consequences, even an idiot knows behaviour does not change. Without transparency and accountability, it weakens. And when accountability weakens, incidents increase. Health and safety reporting belongs in an open session for our staff, for our community, and for the integrity of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. First of all, I want to say a big thanks to Sarah and Danny for presenting the report, and to all the staff who come along to do their job they have an expectation that they'll return home at the end of the night, unscathed, having had a good day's work. But it's somber reading, looking at the statistics. And I think just having one person roaming around is not enough. And I think that Councillor Johnson, I support what she was saying. I think the pivotal question she asked at the beginning was to the officers, are we doing enough? And I think that's what we all want to know. But this is core business. This is core business, looking after the people who work for council. And it's something that I think is absolutely pivotal, because without them, we don't have any services. Without looking after them, we're negligent in our responsibility of duty of care. So, you know, I'm really grateful to the staff for all that they do, for all the professional learning development that they take up on health and safety. But I quite agree with Councillor Johnson, there's only so much you can do there. You reach a point of saturation. We can't control the people on the other side who are hurling abuse, who are physically bad. And I think, yeah, it's indicative, I suppose, of what we have in our community. And so I too think that this is something that really has to be looked at and is a great priority for us. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, can I too acknowledge the staff and really important work. Look, I think really in the time I've been here and others that have been here as long or a bit longer, we're just seeing a society change. There isn't an anti-authoritarian coming in here. We're seeing it in all sectors, but local government we're seen as, I suppose, the office of government, and a lot of this is directed at Wellington too. Can I just say, look, I have to disagree with Councillor Arnott. We're not hiding the stats, Councillor. We're not hiding anything, but it's some of the mitigations that officers want to talk about. You've got to actually let that be aired, and then that can go into the open. But I think I'm sorry, but I disagree with you strongly there. I think you got the pre-prepared speech a bit wrong there. But anyway, I do think the way we're doing things and carrying out some of our actions could actually be looked at. And ticketing and fines, especially parking, has come to the forefront. And I just, like Councillor Kuru, I have got a tsunami of those in front of me. Now, again, we're carrying out some of the actions for the government. You know, the $70 fine was 12 or thereabouts, now it's 70. You get 2 of those in a week, and that really hurts. It hurts anybody. One hurts anybody. And I'm just saying to staff that do have some discretion, why are we ticketing sports events on a Sunday? Okay, we might have some little old lady that says there's a whole lot of cars down there. I just think we've got to be quite practical about this. And I know it is tough work, so I'm not having a crack. I'm just saying there is possibly some ways that we can deflect a few things, because I know downstairs it gets a bit heated when people do feel aggrieved, and we have been quite tough, I believe, you know, on some people. And, you know, I've used my discretionary fund to alleviate that, or be the valve, be the pressure valve to really stop people from blowing a fuse big time. And I can understand why, but I can understand why the officers are just carrying out their role. I'm just saying to everybody, I do think there's some mitigations that we can put in place. But look, thanks to the officers, tough work. I'm down there with front of house every week with meetings, and it has changed. It has really changed. And people are, they're just not happy with society the way it is at the moment, and that's coming through onto us and to our staff. And the hats off to anybody that wants to be front of house, that is a really, really tough role. And those people do deserve all the respect they get in a proper way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I also just concur with many of the comments that have been made already about just the importance of our staff being safe when they come to work. And so increasing that emphasis on that, I definitely support. But just also want to make a comment about the transparency of the information. As someone who has a long-standing commitment to ensuring a level of transparency, I do I agree with the Mayor that in this situation it is appropriate for some information to be in Part 2, and that is the purpose of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, is to protect people in situations like this. And we do need to understand that staff are quite careful in the way that they manage this. And that section that's identified in our papers talks about that sharing of the information could also place the involved employees' health and safety at risk. So I'm very comfortable in this situation that there is some information in Part 2, and I believe that's appropriate, and I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Councillor Kuru.
I just want to completely support Grant's kōrero, and I believe that our staff do a really good job at trying to mitigate risk, and when I ask questions of Sarah, she's starting to think about how that's going to look. I always think of why did it get to that level? What happened? How did it get there? And I'm of the same understanding that people in our community are really hurting at the moment, and it might be taken out on the wrong people, but that doesn't mean that we should be the police, prosecutor, jury of people in our community, because they're also people of our community. But I just want to say thank you to the staff for doing an excellent job, and I do believe that it would place staff safety at risk if it wasn't held in Part 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Geez, Councillor, we talk about playing the ball, not the person in this chamber, and I just have to comment, it is not appropriate to have a crack at the way that Councillor Arnott prepares for these meetings. I'm sorry, that's not okay to sit here and just go, that's all good. I've got no problem having an argument about whether you agree with what he said or disagree with what he said.
Yeah, wait, we'll pause there. The point of order. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Wood, it was a pre-prepared speech. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah. Councillor Wood, did you want to speak? I'll make the calling.
On that point, Mr. Chair,
playing the ball and not playing the issue, not the ball, not the person. I think in the only respect that I would have observed with a level of comfort is that it was a pre-prepared speech, which it is. Coming to the table with an open mind, I think, is one of our objectives. But I'm not going to make a big point on that. But I totally agree with your sentiment around let's play the ball and not the person. So is there anything further you wanted to talk on this report, or did you still want to
just on that point, Mr. Chair, can you point me to the standing order that prohibits us from having pre-prepared speeches? I know Parliament you're not allowed to, but I don't recall reading that in our council standing orders. I could be wrong.
Okay, just take a pause. Isn't it one of the things around coming to the table with an open mind and is part of good decision making? Perhaps I might get Hannah, our governance manager, to. Yeah, please. Oh, yeah. So, to be clear, it's not a standing order, it's actually part of the principles of decision-making in local government about being open-minded. So, I think that's the only parallel we can bring. It's not a standing order. Okay.
All right. We'll continue then.
Okay, thank you.
In my opinion, I prepare lots of notes for lots of speeches that I intend to give in the chamber, but we'll still listen to the debate, and I saw Councillor Arnott typing as we were going through the questions and answers, so I think it's a bold assertion to say that Councillor Arnott didn't have an open mind. But the point being, I think he's totally right in that this report, all of this, used to be in Part 1 when I got here 3 years ago. And the concern was raised that in some cases, some of these line items could lead to a person being identified. And I agree that maybe one or two line items from this report should be in part 2 if the circumstance was so specific in which an individual could be identified or that would prohibit an individual from sharing information going forward. What and councillors will know, I've always voted against this being in part 2, is that I object to the entirety of the report being in part 2. Not that bits of it couldn't be, but the simple brushstroke of, oh, well, we had it all in part 1, there's a few moments that can't be, so we'll put all of it in part 2, I think is wrong. And I think Councillor Arnott is fully within his rights to agree or disagree with that position. On the point of what our mitigations are as an organisation, I'm very happy for a health and safety mitigation report to come to council, and then for issues of commercial sensitivity or disclosure or whatever it may be, that is prohibited from the public. But the reasons given for exclusion of the public in item 18 of this agenda are around the individual safety, not about the decision making we might be going down the track. Because I agree, there are some mitigations that shouldn't be shared with the public, as obviously that would then make the public aware of what they were if they're working to prevent, shall we say, bad actors in terms of behaviour towards staff. But that's not what this Part 2 report talks about. So I'm very uncomfortable with the whole thing, to be honest with you, and would like to have a discussion going forward about how we manage it.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Well, I just thought I'd jump in on the battle. I got thrown off a little bit though. My thoughts were on what the general discussion has been. I agree with a lot of what people have said. The Part 2 issue, you never give your game plan before the fight, okay? So that's quite simple, and I think that's what the officers were saying. Dealing with some of this stuff needs to go into Part 2 to be dealt with. I agree with Councillor Wood. When I looked at the Part 2, I thought the same thing. A lot of it didn't need to be there, but I think what we're getting down to is when we're talking about health and safety of people and looking after people, the reality is society. The Mayor hit it. It's society. We need to face up and look at what we're living in today, you know? There's no respect. No respect for nobody, nothing. I mean, back in the day, you used to walk out on the street, you see a uniform, you automatically had respect, and it didn't matter what the uniform was. Not now. There's no respect. It's just not there, okay? It's been missed, and the last generation can be blamed for that. But so the bottom line is, when we come back to Part 2, there are certain things when we're going to deal with things, when we're going to look at how we're dealing with it, how we're going to keep our staff safer, how we're going to keep people safer, we need to sometimes go into Part 2 to discuss that and go through that. And I think Councillor Wood was totally in agreement with that. I think the issue was the Part 2 paper doesn't really have a lot of stuff that needs to be Part 2. So thanks, I'll leave it at that.
I did ask whether anyone wanted to go into Part 2 before we went into the debate. So I just want to say it had everyone's opportunity to venture in that space for the discussion in Part 2. So I hope we're not mixing understanding on that. Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, just going back to past experiences in my life. From running a boarding house for homeless people, if there was problems within the house and I asked people what was going on, if they thought I was going to repeat what was told me, I would get no information. The thing was, they had to have trust in me to report if there was any intimidation or violence or anything like that, that their names would not be revealed. And it's the same with our staff. If they're getting intimidated and they come and report it, and it gets told to the public who said and who what, is that going to increase the intimidation? You bet it is. We have a responsibility to protect our staff from such things. If our staff report someone who regularly or some intimidates them or threatens them, and they come and say, look, I need help with this, we've got an obligation to that staff member to keep that staff member safe from that person that's intimidating them. And by putting that into Part 1, puts that person in danger. And that has to be the first and most important thing. When someone reports intimidation, they know they are safe. Otherwise, you won't get the reports coming in. Our staff have got to trust the councillors. They have to trust their managers. And if it's going to be a lot of stuff put into part one, our staff will lose that trust. A lot of the stuff that's here has to be in part two. Some of it might not need to be, but let's lean on the side of keeping our staff safe. And that's why I'll say we'll keep it in part two at this stage. Later on it can be released, but let's keep it in part two to keep our staff safe.
Thank you. Councillor Mickelard.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to concur with some of the comments made, by the Mayor as well. Look, I understand that the information contained in part one or part two are not, commercially or legally sensitive, but I also believe that it's our responsibility to keep our staff safe. I'm approaching this recommendation from a security perspective, in a sense that purely from a security perspective, I don't necessarily agree with comments made earlier that we're trying to hide information or trying to undermine the trust or the public trust in any way, shape or form. But I believe that it's important that we not put our staff at risk by releasing or by putting parts or some section of the report into part one. And I believe that, for the sake of our staff safety, a lot of some of the report or parts of the report should be moved into part two for confidential discussions. And that's purely coming from a security perspective, having done some security courses. And also, on page 5, which talked about the confidentiality of why we needed to move into part two for this, was largely around, it says here that the sharing of information supplied within could also place the involved employees, his health and safety at risk. And that's all that I'm trying to avoid as well, from all that I'm trying to avoid us doing by trying to move some of those stuff into, by moving a lot of the reports into part one. So purely from a health and safety perspective, I believe that we should leave it into part two and try to ensure that we don't put the staff and employees at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further speakers. What you'll see before us is slightly amended. We had 2 recommendations prior when we moved. It's just with the support of the seconder that we've just merged the 2 because they're very similar. Just moved the first quarter and the second quarter into a second sentence, into the second part of one recommendation for completeness. I'd now like to invite a vote. That is passed, 14 votes for. We will now adjourn for lunch and reconvene here at 2 o'clock for the remainder of business. Thank you.